whānau whānui, e tai mai nei ke kai kremi, ngā whānau Ngāti Kuta Whatikeha, tēnā tātou, kia kaharawa e ngā roia, e ngā whānau whānui I raro I te maru o tēnei tūpuna whare o tūna taunga, o Ngāti Kopaki, Ngāti Te Ara, Ngāti Hene, o Ngāpui Iwi Tūru. Tēnā tātou katoa. Kia koe
Tēnā koe. Kanui te mihi kia korua e te minita I te tuatahi. Nā e tō tātou karaki I taki I tēnei ata, tēnā koe, kia koe te rangatiri I tō mihi mai kia mātou, kanui te mihi kia korua. Kia koutou katoa nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei nohoanga I mua I te Taraipiunara. Good morning and welcome to day 3 of this hearing week. Mr. Williams.
Morena, sir. Te tuatahi ki te miha tika koutou o te taumata, tēnā koutou. Ara ia kia tātou hara mai I tēnei rangi, te kaupapa o te rā, te kaupapa o tēnei wiki, nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Sir, we will be presenting the submissions and evidence on behalf of Ngāti Kuta ki te Rāwhiti this morning. Ms. Davis will be presenting a summary of the submissions that we have filed, which is document appellation number 3.3.97. And then following that, we will have Mr. Willoughby presenting his evidence today. There are two briefs that he'll be reading from. The document number for Mr. Willoughby's brief is B59. He also has a supplementary brief, and I'm just awaiting a document number from our registrar so that we can refer to that. But in respect of both documents, he'll be trying to read passages from the briefs as opposed to every part of it in order to try and get through those documents today, sir. So if there's further questions, I'll ask Ms. Davis to present those submissions.
Tēnā koe, sir. As Mr. Williams said, I'll be reading a summary of our opening submissions, but we'll be referring to the key paragraphs as required. These opening submissions are filed on behalf of the Y2768 claimants, Robert Sidney Willoughby and Glenys Papuni, on behalf of themselves and for the benefit of the hapu of Ngāti Kuta ki te Rāwhiti. Ngāti Kuta hold mana whenua and mana moana in Ipipiri, the Bay of Islands. Alongside Patukiha hapu, they hold ahika roa and exercise rangatiratanga as kaitiaki of the rohe. Moving ahead to page 4, and I'll be addressing paragraphs 7 through to 11. Ngāti Kuta have never relinquished mana and rangatiratanga over their whenua or moana and the resources within, which they continue to manage, protect and care for in accordance with their tikanga. Ngāti Kuta say that despite the actions of whatever government that has been in place, their customary title and their customary practices in and on Te Takutai Moana has not been and is not extinguished, nor has it been extinguished through the implementation of legislation or through any suggested substantial interruption. However, the impact of the Marine and Coastal Area Act is such that the legal recognition of the rohe moana is at risk of being confiscated. And in summary, the claimants say that the legislative framework of the MACA Act is inconsistent with Te Tiriti and fails to adequately or appropriately recognise, protect and preserve the tino rangatiratanga of the claimants in respect of their rohe moana. From paragraphs 12 to 16, I deal with tikanga, which the claimants say is at the core of their claim. And tikanga, in summary, are the customary system of values and practices that have been developed over time. And I refer the tribunal to the Foreshore and Seabeds report, we reproduce a passage where that tribunal referred to Dr. Manuka Henare's explanation of tikanga as underpinning customary obligations, rights and interests, and indeed the whole Māori worldview. And I submit it is important to emphasise that tribunal's description, which we set out at paragraph 15 of our submissions, regarding the preeminence of tikanga in te ao Māori. And I will read that passage, which says, "Tikanga is both a consequence and a source of Māori identity. Unlike most Western law, tikanga is not a norm that is external to the person. Without his relationship through tikanga to land by whakapapa in a fundamental sense, he does not exist. Tikanga defines him, protects him, shapes his idea of himself and his place in the world. If a regime is to be imposed on the foreshore and seabed that cuts across tikanga, that damages and undermines it, then every Māori person who maintains his or her connection with the foreshore and seabed of their tribal area is in some way diminished." Moving forward to paragraphs 17 through to 24, where we deal with te tiriti. At paragraph 19, the claimants say that their rangatiratanga existed and continues to exist over those lands and treasures that were under the control of Māori from 1840. Te tiriti guaranteed Ngāti Kuta the right to act in accordance with their own tikanga, to act and deal with what was in their domain, whether their whenua, whether covered by water or not, and their taonga. Council submit tikanga and the application of tikanga derive from rangatiratanga and the exercise of that rangatiratanga. And within those interlinking concepts, manaakitanga and kaitiakitanga. And I'd like to highlight at paragraph 18 the tribunal's findings in the Whānau Waipareira report that described rangatiratanga as being that which is sourced to the reciprocal duties and responsibilities between leaders and their associated Māori community. It is a relationship fundamental to Māori culture and identity, and describes a leadership acting not out of self-interest, but in a caring and nurturing way with the people close at heart, fully accountable to them and enjoying their support. The principle of rangatiratanga appears to be simply that Māori should control their own tikanga and taonga, including their social and political organisation, and, to the extent practicable and reasonable, fix their own policy and manage their own programs. And the Te Raki Tribunal affirmed what Ngāti Kuta have always known, which is that they did not cede sovereignty or their authority to make and enforce law over their people and territories. And at paragraph 22, Council submit that in enacting the MACA Act, the Crown failed to recognise the pre-existing connection that Ngāti Kuta and others have to their whenua and moana, and have failed to give effect to and recognise the tino rangatiratanga of Ngāti Kuta to govern their rohe and their own affairs. From paragraphs 25 through to 43, we deal with the statutory tests. And the claimants say that the Act fails to adequately or appropriately recognise and give effect to their tikanga and te tino rangatiratanga as envisaged by those rangatira who signed te tiriti. And we submit at the bottom of page 8, and I note that that should read paragraph 26, but it appears there was a glitch there and the paragraph was not allocated. However, we submit that the Act forces Māori to satisfy the Crown's tests to determine their rights and interests. Ngāti Kuta are being forced to work within the system imposed by the Crown in order to give legal effect to their expressions of rangatiratanga, tikanga, kaitiakitanga and mana. Council submits that the intention is to deprive Ngāti Kuta the ability to manage their own taonga in accordance with their own tikanga. The claimants say at paragraph 30 that the exclusivity test is self-contradictory, as it requires an application to be held in accordance with tikanga, despite the concept of exclusivity being incompatible with tikanga. Furthermore, Te Pia Whairangi is an area where there is substantial overlap between neighbouring hapu, and we've said it at paragraph, or submitted at paragraph 31, that overlapping interests must be dealt with by the Crown in a manner consistent with tikanga, And while that is true, I think it's more appropriate to say that it must be dealt with by the claimants or the tangata whenua themselves in accordance with their own tikanga, not a tikanga imposed by the Crown. And concepts such as kaitiakitanga are those which should be applied, and the exercise of rangatiratanga, which involves managing of sets of relationships relevant to a rohe. And these tikanga respect the mana of a hapu within a rohe to provide and to protect within their own rohe. And finally, Council submits that it is apposite to repeat the words of the Waitangi Tribunal in the Motunui Waitara report, which we set out at paragraph 41 of our submissions, and that states, the Māori text of the treaty would have conveyed to Māori people that amongst other things, they were to be protected, not only in the possession of their fishing grounds, but in the mana to control them, and then in accordance with their own customs and having regard to their own cultural preferences. Council submits that in implementing the Marine and Coastal Area Act without engagement or the consent of Māori, the Crown have sought to deprive Māori of their mana, of their rights and obligations to protect in accordance with their own customs. And finally, from paragraphs 44 to 48, we deal with the evidence that Mr. Willoughby will speak to today, which is document B59 is his main brief, and he will be speaking also to his supplementary brief. And this evidence is supplemented by that filed by Mr. Willoughby and Mr. Matu Clendon, who's also here today in both stage 1 of this inquiry and also in the Y1040 inquiry. And we've referred to those briefs of evidence in our submissions also. Ngāti Kuta's evidence illustrates that they are a coastal people. The evidence demonstrates where Ngāti Kuta exercise mana whenua and mana moana, and the evidence describes how Ngāti Kuta's way of life has been built around te moana and the efforts they have made to exercise rangatiratanga and kaitiakitanga over their rohe in a modern context. And Mr. Willoughby's evidence highlights that whilst the MACA Act cannot and will not remove Ngāti Kuta's whakapapa to their rohe moana and their rangatiratanga and kaitiakitanga in tikanga terms, it does in fact threaten the exercise of that hapu rangatiratanga and its legal recognition. And to conclude, Council submit that in breach of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the MACA Act fails to recognise and seeks to diminish the tikanga of Ngāti Kuta, their mana moana and tino rangatiratanga as guaranteed by Te Tiriti. And unless the Tribunal has any questions, those are our submissions.
We don't have any questions, but thank you for your opening submission.
Thank you, sir.
Well done.
So I just introduce the witness. Can I just confirm that your name is Robert Sidney Willoughby?
Yes.
That you've got two documents. One is your main brief of evidence, document B59, and a supplementary brief, and you'll be reading from those today?
Yes.
Kia ora. Could I ask you to proceed then, please?
Okay. As Council have suggested, my name is Robert Willoughby. I live at Rafferty, and I was brought up there. I went to school there, and presenting this brief on behalf of my cousin Glennis and also our kaumatua and cousin Matu Clendon. So just to cut to the chase, the evidence is on behalf of our hapu Ngāti Kuta, but also our relationship with Patukea, who live at Te Rāwhiti, and we share the same rohi moana and area. We are a fisher people by tradition. That's how we lived. We were, up until 1975, cut off from the rest of the world, and then Council decided they wanted to develop the land. But so we now have a road tree there, which is still unsealed since 1975. I'm just going to paragraph 8. So extensive evidence on behalf of both hapu have already been provided to the tribunal to demonstrate the extent of our interest in the marine and coastal area and detailing practice and activities that we've carried out for generations. So I'll just go to point 11. In addition to this brief, I propose to cover the following points. So Ngāti Kura's use and management of our land and resources, the lack of Crown consultation in relation to the creation and implementation of the MACA Act, the effect of the Act to extinguish our hapu rangatiratanga, abrogating our existing customary title and leaving us in a state of uncertainty, and as to how our customary interests will be recognised under the Act, the onerous and unfair processes we are required to engage in, the lengthy timeframes we are facing, and the potential dissension between groups and overlapping interests. I guess from our part, there's a thing called interest and rights, and we concur to that. The relationship with hapu is really about whanaungatanga, and in our whakapapas we know what those relationships and those links are. And so it's important that we understand that, and it's the same applies to all the other hapu that we are related to in one way or other, or share interests, not only in our rohi, but we too in their rohi. Point 13, the management of land resource. Since our people have arrived and settled in the area from time immemorial, we continue to assert our rangatiratanga and kaitiakitanga over our customary lands and rohi moana and rohi whenua. As a hapu, we place enormous emphasis on protecting our lands and our moana, particularly, but also about understanding who we are as a people and passing those learnings and knowledge on to our children. Point 14, our historical connections can be found in farming the coastal lands and up and around Cape Brett, the islands in the bay, the whaling station, Whangamumu, Manganui Bay, Otahuhu Bay. It goes back generations, and our natural resources were what sustained us as a hapu. And so the way we managed and the way we applied customary law and tikanga and kaitiakitanga is at the heart of who we are as a people. I just moved to point 17. So tikanga and guiding principles were the foundation for the development of our own Ngāti Kura management plan. We wrote that plan on the basis that these were baselines that we could live with. We shared that management plan with councils, Department of Conservation, government agencies, even central government, to say this is what we could live with, and it was something that we wrote at a time when we felt we were being left out, if you like, in the dialogue of the development of our area. So whilst the plan is there, it's a living document. It is in the hands of councils and so on, and there has been some acknowledgement that the baselines we've put into that plan, or the policies we've put into that plan, are recognised, but they're not always followed. And for example, council then put us on their list of resource consents to get those mailed out to us. So all of a sudden we were, having to engage in resource consenting. As a consequence of that, I had to get trained as a commissioner, a resource consent commissioner, because it was lacking and the knowledge was lacking inside our hapu to deal with all of these consents that were coming through. And so that worked well for a while, but then the rules have changed, whereby we've got to go and search now for the consents that affect our area, which is an issue for us. So on point 18, the plan just shows the ongoing connection that our hapu have to the rohi moana and rohi whenua, and the significant efforts our hapu make in caring for it and protecting it and managing the environmental and human resources that we have. The management plan indicates on point 19 that we seek to take a shared approach to management of environment, We work with agencies where we can, and we try and, you know, it's one thing to walk down the middle line and then try and drag them over to your side of the fence, and we do that diligently and often. And we're successful sometimes, but not all the time, because a lot of the agencies are driven by policy, and they have to be guided by that and make decisions on that basis. Point 20, Ngāti Kuta Hapu is actively engaged in a number of ongoing projects and studies within our rohi. In particular, Project Island Song, which is a hapu-led initiative in partnership with the Conservation Department. We are dedicated to restoring the ecological balance of Ipipiri and enable the regeneration of native fauna and flora. So, and there's an attachment to that refers to that relationship. But it's not just the Crown's or local government's role to protect and preserve our marine and coastal area. In fact, Crown control and management has led to the degradation of the marine environment. And I just want to allude to the state of the fishery, because we are in submission to the Northern Regional Council about the coastal, the new coastal plan with the NRC. And we're advocating for certain protected areas where fauna and flora can be allowed to thrive undisturbed. Unfortunately, we have a situation under the MPI Act of extraction. That is the main purpose of the Fisheries Act, is about extraction. And so taking out and not replenishing is an issue, because eventually the pond gets empty. And so what we're submitting to Regional Council at the moment is to try and protect some of those areas that we know under customary law that were valuable to us in replenishing the rohi moana and the waterways. I'll just move to point 22. Oh, point 23, sorry. Ngāti Kuta and Patakeba were awarded both the Kaitiaki Award for the Supreme Conservation Award by the Northern Regional Council for our conservation work this year on our lands and coastal environment. We have a relationship with Ngā Whenua Rahui, which goes back to about 2006, which is still working today, and we're in the process of rolling that arrangement over. They have invested a lot of time and money and working with hapu, both Ngāti Kuta and Patukea, to restore the biodiversity on Cape Brett and also down into out to the Russell Forest and the Russell Headland. So point 24, our efforts are ongoing. Typically our hapu that reaches out to the Crown and agencies and authorities to initiate these collaborative relationships and to ensure our voice is heard. There's been no engagement by external or Crown agencies with our hapu without us having to ask first. So usually the initiatives come from us. In fact, very often it does. And we have some things on the table with some of these agencies right now. This is typical of our hapu and relationship with the Crown, and there's been no different since the implementation of the MACA Act and its process. So we continue to strive to work in partnership with external and Crown agencies that will assist us in maintaining and protecting all resources, customary practices undertaken in our rohi moana and rohi whenua by our people. And this has been challenging as well, because you know, a lot of the projects we get engaged in, they are time bound, and usually, so we get the spirit of the people up. They get into work, they get paid for that work, and then the contract finishes because it's time bound, and then they're out of work again. So, you know, it's a constant management that we have to undertake in order to keep these programs going. I guess I just want to just digest here. There's two things that concern us. One is often agencies and work off a balance sheet, and they're judged by how much budget they've got, and so that's how they apply funding to some of the projects that we want to do. But on the other side, here we are trying to develop human capital and get training and our people into work, which has a social purpose, and somehow we've got to try and pull that together in a better way. So I just want to make that point. If we go down to 26, the MACA Act was enacted without any meaningful consultation with Ngāti Kuta. We've had no part to play in that process of developing the policy or drafting the legislation. And we'd like the opportunity to do that. And point 27 is set out in my first brief. Our opposition to the Act was illustrated in 2002 when I made a submission on behalf of Patuketa and Ngāti Kuta to the Foreshore and Seabed Ministerial Review Panel, rejecting parts of the proposed bill. Despite this opposition to the policy, the Crown did not consult with Hapu directly, or did it provide any response to our submission. We don't consider the implementation of the Foreshore and Seabed Act or the MACA to be appropriate responses. Point 28, as one of the named claimants on our Ngāti Kuta Waitangi Tribunal claim, I've not received any information at all from the Crown about how our Ngāti Kuta claims or interests in respect to our rohi moana might be affected by the High Court or Crown engagement processes under the MACA Act. I have therefore had to rely on second-hand information from other named claimants or individual hapu members about the two processes placing the hapu in a disadvantaged position from the beginning and preventing the hapu from fully engaging as an active participant in the process. Point 29, despite the acknowledgement by the Crown agents, including the Department of Conservation, Far North District Council, Northern Regional Council, and our special status as Ahika, Kaitiaki, and Tangata Whenua in the Rafiti area, there has been an overall lack of information provided to our hapu and its claimants about the MACA Act process. So it was a search, find and rescue, I think, was the approach that we had to take. The efforts made by the Crown to ensure that our hapu was fully informed and aware of the two pathways for engagement under the MACA Act, the complexity of the processes, the ability to attain funding, the amount of funding and the nature of the funding model were completely disproportionate to the magnitude of consequences that a coastal hapu such as ours now faces. We are disappointed, especially in the light of our existing partnership with the Crown and agencies. Point 31, the breach of rangatiratanga. Whilst our view is that the simple implementation by the Crown of an Act in the absence of engagement or consultation with us, who have and continue to hold mana whenua over our rohi, cannot override our tino rangatiratanga. The MACA Act does potentially threaten the exercise of our hapu rangatiratanga. This is the ability of our hapu to assert the principles of management, control and oversight of our rohi as we have done since time immemorial. 32, the current position we find ourselves in under the Act, or the perceptions that we don't exercise mana or rangatiratanga over our marine and coastal area because the Act states that no one can ever own it. So we therefore in a situation where our customary ownership is treated as being extinguished unless and until we're able to win it back through the award of a customary marine title. In contrast, any customary marine title that is in private title has been left unaffected. Things like riparian rights and so on. So that hurts us. And the interesting thing is that, you know, in Northland, Maori have interest in land, 46% of the land mass. Now, some of that is managed by DOC, which Maori have claim to, but a lot of it is in what do you call it, joint ownership in Maori shareholding. So they have a big responsibility to manage all of that. And here we are trying to not lose it, is really my point. And to have just free access onto our lands, the thing is, there's a thing called exclusivity, and you know, often tribalism is perceived that way, but it's not. Maori tanga is all about inclusiveness. That's where whakapapa, whanaungatanga, tikanga, all of those principles come into play. And we exercise those quite diligently with all the hapu. Our people are, point 33, our people have suffered greatly through the extinguishment of the customary title through the native land court processes, and now we find this has continued in a slightly different form in the present day through to the MACA Act. Our people live in poverty, and yet around us we have a lot of Pākehā living in immense wealth and reaping the benefits of tourism industry, which is created due on our beautiful landscape in Moana. And the thing that hurts us is that the whole tourism industry in the Bay of Islands is built around the whenua and the native forest and the natural surroundings. And yet Māori do not participate in it. So I just want to make that point. We've been, down point 35, we've been unable to continue our traditional practice of food gathering. Large-scale development has changed our ability to sustain ourselves from land and sea. We also, in the old days, we had communal gardens as well that would feed our people, and they would all come in and work and profit from what they grew. We don't have those sort of things anymore. We go to countdown now. But I mean, it is something though that the one thing, the economy of the North has always been in food growing, you know, and we've lost sight of that, you know, to look after ourselves in a way. So we need to get that back and teach our young people, you know, that just how to grow kai. It's simple. Point 36, the Crown does not want to engage with us over resource management issues. They would prefer that we disappear and allow Pākehā commercial developers to plunder our resources. I just want to make the point that the biggest developer that's in our midst is the councils, because, and they have rules to follow, you know, they have planners and they try and work out, you know, private title and how that can be modelled and developed. And, you know, we don't have a problem with that. But where we are still in a lot of the natural forest. And what we find abhorrent is you'll get someone who gains title to a piece of property and the first thing they want to do is slash and burn. And we find that very difficult because it's like a death by 1,000 cuts, you know, on our way of life. It's not that we're unwelcoming, it's just that, you know, somehow there's got to be a blending of how people live within the environment we all share. Point 37, that is a direct detriment for our kaitiaki-tara over our rohi and the ability to ensure that our resources are protected in accordance with tikanga. So point 38, the statutory test that the Crown have sought to impose under the Act are prejudicial, overly stringent, and it's unclear exactly how they will be interpreted, particularly by non-Maori judicial officers. There is considerable risk that our customary interests will be prejudicially affected if the courts did not find in our favour. And that's a big concern to us. Point 42, we'll just jump on. In short, the Crown's documentation that I've seen tends to indicate that the threshold for the CMT is a tough and awards are likely to be limited to be in limited areas only. This in no way protects our customary interests or acknowledges that we have never given away our customary interests in the marine and coastal area in the first place. Point 43, in fact, the contrary appears clear in the Act under the guise of the Crown appearing in the legislation to provide for an opportunity for Māori to assert their mana, their tino rangatiratanga over their rohi, which was never on the basis of exclusive use. But if it needs to be in the Pākehā terms, it's more akin to where hapu exercise dominant domain. The Crown is actually wanting to implement a new mechanism to ensure deprivation of our rangatiratanga. Once again, they do so in breach of Te Treaty and the breach of their obligation of active protection. And I'll just go back to my point about the principles we live by as Māori is about inclusiveness. It's not exclusiveness. Point 42, I'll pass on that one, I've talked about that. I'll go to point 47. However, I would like to make a distinction that any exclusion of others in such was not based on these others having no interest to these areas, but rather it is because we hold the acknowledged mana and the ahi ka in these areas. So this concept is different from a European concept of ownership, which is to the exclusion of all other rights and interests. The concept of shared interests is a traditional model of living together, one beside the other. sharing the natural resources and feed and nourish our people, but governed by us who hold mana and rangatira over our rohi. These rights are often hereditary and based on good relationships and goodwill grounded in tikanga principles. Through the test of exclusion, the Act is asking us to fit into this Western paradigm which does not accord with our tikanga practices. So, yeah, we can live together quite nicely, thanks. Point 57, I'll just do a big jump here. The impact of the legislation is what's left in a state of uncertainty over whether our rights will even be recognised. Key parts of the test for the CMT are left undefined in the Act, and we will be left without having to follow the development of case law and precedent to understand what is the test that actually applies in the paradigm that does not fit out with our tikanga. The worst case scenario for us would be the extinguishing of our rights, either through the court or the Crown saying that another group has customary title and we do not, or the court and the Crown saying that no one has customary title in the coast. This would be devastating to us and akin to cutting off our whakapapa links to those things that nourish and sustain us. And I just want to reiterate again that we are fisher people by tradition. Point 59, I'm sure that the Crown will make the argument that we can still use the coast and resources like any other member of the New Zealand public, but that is far from the same. It fails to recognise our rightful and lawful customary interests or acknowledge that we are tangata whenua kaitiaki and that is our tino taonga. Point 60, the Act creates a framework of procedural requirements which impose a heavy burden on hapu to have their legal rights in a Pākehā sense recognised. The customary rights which hapu have traditionally held through tikanga can only be recognised in the legislation in one or two ways, in accordance with the MACA Act processes, if at all, though Crown engagement, settlement or litigation. So both of which provide severe downfalls for the hapu, and if you take on board the references I have made earlier to advice from Crown officials, it appears highly unlikely to be available through the negotiation process. So point 62, I'm aware that an application has been filed which we support on behalf of Ngāti Gunu Pātūkea in both the Crown engagement and the High Court processes. We have done that to cover our bases. However, our need to engage in the court process and support for those applications have been forced upon us by the Crown's processes and does not prevent us from criticising the very same Crown process and the detrimental impact that process has had on our rights guaranteed under Te Treaty. 63, as I understand it, the Crown engagement rate is not guaranteed as it is the sole discretion of the Crown to decide who it wishes to engage with and when. Even if we meet the threshold, and that's the case, I won't be here, and that is to have the Northern claims properly engaged with. In 69, this is particularly disturbing when I consider my mokopuna, and I know that it is them that will have to bear this burden and that this is not something that our generation will be able to resolve. I feel sad to think that this is the legacy that I will be leaving my grandchildren, the requirement to have negotiation with the Crown. I've seen the Crown documentation which indicates that it is likely to take 20 to 30 years to assess every application for ministerial determination. So I'll just go down to 73, nearly there. That knowledge needs to get passed down to our children, and it's incumbent on us and my generation to do the same. I'll just go to point 74, the court process. I don't know anyone that would be willing to choose to engage in court proceedings unless they absolutely have to. Court proceedings are widely known to be lengthy, expensive, time-consuming and stressful for everyone involved in them, yet the Crown is essentially forcing us to do so. The court system is a Eurocentric and not a culturally safe place for us. Point 75, more important, we do not have the physical resources to be able to keep up with what is required of us. Currently, we're engaged in the Waitangi Tribunal MACA hearings, the High Court MACA hearings, the mandate process for the negotiation of our hapu claims against the Crown, the veterans hearings, the coastal plan submissions to NRC, and there's a host of other stuff that we're having to deal with. This is a considerable amount of time for people who have families and trying to maintain full-time jobs. Actually, that's a bit dangerous because I've just retired on Friday and I might end up working for Maori with no pay. Anyway, my point is, all of the above is underfunded and currently in the terms of mandating process, underfunded. So I'll just go on to dissension between groups, which is point 84. Litigation is adversarial in nature and therefore inevitably promotes tension and conflict between groups and people. This poses a particular threat to Ngāti Kura when dealing with iwi and hapu interests which overlap. And we don't want to fight with our whanangas, hell. You know, we understand each other, we're intermarried, and all of these things connect us. I believe there's a real risk that interests could be recognised as rights inappropriately, and therefore groups receive a benefit in breach of tikanga, which will create division between iwi hapu, who have existed harmoniously for generations. So as far as I'm aware, there is no definite procedure for dealing with overlapping interests, in particular rohi, which not only shows that the Crown has had inadequate and inappropriate regard for nature of iwi and hapu relationships and intricacies of overlapping relationships interests, but further it provides no uncertainty as to how these rights will be appropriately recognised, if at all. So if rights are wrongly awarded to other groups and not in accordance with tikanga, the only method of Ngāti Kura to attempt remedy, this would be through courts, which is a pathway we prefer not to go down, not at least because that would be expensive, stressful and time-consuming. There is no guarantee of a successful outcome, especially where we may be seeking orders that cuts across the Crown agreed outcomes. Point 87, Ngāti Kura fosters good relationships in respect of our neighbouring iwi and hapu. Any friction by the Crown engagement or litigation process imposed upon us could and would jeopardise all existing partnerships with iwi hapu and negatively impact our ongoing projects and initiatives in which we have already invested so much time and resources and effort into. We believe hapu autonomy and have always recognised and respect the interests of our surrounding hapu. However, we fear that our relationship will be irreversibly damaged or adversely affected by the nature of the processes imposed by the Crown under the Act. Conclusion, as I've set out, we of Ngāti Kura have asserted our tino rangatiratanga, which includes the management, control and oversight of our rohi, and land and coastal environment and resources since time immemorial. The exercise of dominion over our rohi. Our role as mana whenua, mana moana and kaitiaki is intrinsic to who we are. In the modern day, our kaitiaki-tanga and mana within our rohi is demonstrated by the relationships we have forged with our own people first, and secondly with the local authorities, including conservation projects we have initiated are an integral part. Despite this, the Crown introduced the MACA Act and imposed it upon our hapu with no consultation or engagement. Our rangatiratanga has been seriously infringed upon. In particular, the concept of exclusivity does not sit well with our model of coexistence, shared interests and living together. These rights are often hereditary and based on good relation and goodwill grounded in tikanga principles. These are threatened by the Act. We are left in a state of uncertainty or unsure whether our customary interests will be recognised or dismissed or as non-existent, and our connection to the marine and coastal area as tangata whenua is seen as no more significant than any other member of the New Zealand public. And lastly, to have our interests recognised, we find ourselves dragged into procedures and processes which are not conducive to our well-being, neither spiritual or economic, or social for that matter. We are faced with engaging in either court process or negotiations with unknown timeframes, unpredictable outcomes. We are faced with likelihood that these matters will not be resolved by this generation and will be left as a burden to our subsequent generation. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Mr. Willoughby. Could I also then just ask you to address your supplementary brief dated the 23rd of November and perhaps just start at paragraph 11 of that brief?
Okay, kia ora. I see, okay. Great cultural significance to our people, and that's out on Cape Breton. We are its kaitiaki, its guardians. It is a symbol of our heritage and connection to Ipipiri, to the Bay of Islands. It's our tūranga. It's our duty to protect this taonga. The Māori of Manganui Bay has been so depleted by overfishing that we placed a rahui on it in 2007. Our traditional fishery has become emptied. This was followed with putting down the HMNZS Canterbury, and I have to say that the hapu actually owned the boat. And the reason they owned the boat is because they sunk it down onto the seabed, and was to make a point during the Seabed and Foreshore Act that what that the boat became part of the seabed. NRC gave us this brief, because we said, well, if the boat breaks down, then who owns that part of the seabed? Because the hapu own the boat. And I was just making the point that it might be a small point, but the point is that the Canterbury, and why the hapu bought it, was to put a po down there to say, make a statement about the ownership of the seabed. I just want to make that point, but there was a bit of science behind Maori thinking. You know, we are creative thinkers in these things. But it was to act as an artificial reef and would contribute to the restoring the marine biodiversity and the Māori of Manganui Bay. We then explored options to add legal backup, which I've sort of explained to the Rahui, although we placed the Rahui ourselves, and then but it had no legal bite. So what we had to do was apply under the Fisheries Act for a Section 186A, and which was granted to us, which is a temporary fishing closure which allows that Rahui to exist for 2 years, over 2-year closures. But that wasn't enough time to restore the health of the bay, so we applied every 2 years for the closure to be extended. And in April of this year, I wrote to the Ministry of Primary Industry on behalf of Ngāti Kuta and Pātakea to request that the Section 186A closure be extended for a further 2 years through to October 2022. So every 2 years since 2007, we've had to apply for a rollover and kept that rolling over, because the fishery takes time to get itself back in order. And the thing about that bay, it is when you follow the fishery, fish, they do two things. They feed and breed, that's what they do, and they move around the waterways. And Manganui Bay was an area where they fish congregated and was part of their cycle, you know, their what do you call it? Yeah, their life cycle. And it was broken because it was fished out. So when you break it, then the fish take time to get back in order again. So that's why it's taken so long to get it back, but it's coming back. There's appendixes showing where it is. I'll just put a little note here that Stuart Nash, the Honourable Minister, approved that extension for us this year. So the briefing recognised that Ngāti Kuta and Pātakea are the tangata whenua of the rohi moana that includes Manganui Bay. It further recognised that Ngāti Kuta and Pātakea sought the temporary closure to give legal effect to the traditional rahui that was placed over the area in 2009. But 2 years before that, we actually imposed ourselves. That's a hapu. Just said, put our own signs up and says no fishing. Our hapu have had a long recorded history of traditionally managing the kaimoana resources in Manganui Bay that dates back to our time immemorial, really. But if you go back to the minutes of the 1905 court minutes, in court minutes, you'll see a lot of reference to Manganui Bay and the way it was managed traditionally. So it's always been an important fishery and a food basket for a local tangata whenua. Biodiversity are improving. We had almost 867 submissions were received by the Fisheries New Zealand on the request to extend the closure. That's what happened this year. Our hapu management plan highlights that kaitiakitanga and the Māori of marine life is paramount in our management of our rohi moana. And people only come to Rāwhiti to go fishing or go swimming, you know. And so, you know, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we have an obligation to manage it, even though we come under pressure from various groups. The renewed closure is the sixth successful closure, that speaks of Manganui Bay. So the other thing that's happened is the dolphin population has declined in the bay, but they are spending a lot of time in Manganui Bay because of the replenishment of the fishery, and they're going there more regularly than they used to, and we think it's because the replenishment and the feed is there for them. So that's probably one upside that we like to say is helping the biodiversity of our taonga, the dolphins. Now, we want to extend that that rahui down into Motorahu, which is an island that runs down the back of Hawaii there, mainly to extend it because we just want to give it more space and room to grow. We're finding that there's a lot of interest from an education point of view. A lot of schools are going out there doing snorkeling and things. And I think it's important that the kids get, you know, particularly our kids, but not only our kids, other kids, you know, they get out there and experience the environment, especially the coastline. We've got a school out there at the moment from Kaikoui, and next week we've got the University of Auckland coming out to do some snorkeling. So I don't know what's going to happen there. Hopefully they can help us with a few of the projects. But really, what I'm saying is that we're searching for a better tool than the 186, you know, and whether we can find that under the RMA Act, you know, maybe, but we're going to have to try so that we don't have to keep rolling over every 2 years. So some of our objectives are we want to extend the existing rahui down to Oki Bay, which is at the back there of Hawaii, create a long-term fishing protection mechanism for the rahui, working with DOC to establish a marine mammal sanctuary alongside the Department of Conservation to protect and increase the dolphin population. The dolphins are a taonga species for us. They embody in us protection, the family unit, and we don't fish those species. And when we see them, we see the health of the fishery there. So we need to make sure that we help them get their numbers back up. And for some reason, they're at risk. So DOC are helping us with that. We want to create a buffer zone outside the rahui so that people don't sort of fish along the line of the rahui, so they can, you know, everyone likes their good fishing spots, but not alongside the rahui, so we're going to put a buffer zone there with some restrictions like one hook, one line, one hook. We've made submission to the Coastal Plan to prohibit the removal or destruction of the fauna and flora from Manganui Bay to Oki Bay. We've always known that this area to be a critical part of our intellect ecosystem of epipiri, which is part of the cycle, the fish cycle. You know, the kingfish, they go from the bank right up in Manganui, they come down into the Waikari, they grow up, they start swimming out and migrate out to Manganui Bay, and they go around that cycle again. So we want to make sure that you know, they're able to continue doing that. And the evidence was that link was broken. So, but they're coming back now. Prohibiting all activities which contrast the seafloor, including all tipper dredging, it's scallop dredging, and bottom trawling to protect the seagrass beds and the other ecosystems which they rely on to grow the small fish. So in the inner Bay of Islands, we are putting in a submission to the Northern Regional Council to stop the dredging, the shallow dredging of recreational dredging, where they just pull dredges through and wreck the seagrass beds. We're prohibiting all indiscriminate bulk harvesting methods such as purse seining, bottom trawls, Danish seines, drift nets, set nets, to protect the natural migration patterns of feeding and breeding, and indiscriminate bulk harvesting methods do not discriminate between species. They just scoop everything up. So what we're trying to do is to push the commercial line out beyond the inner reef systems where all the smaller fish grow up. And we're trying to get some agreement with the commercial fishery, which is a struggle, particularly the Maori fisheries, but anyway, to go out in the deeper waters and leave the inner reef systems grow and feed the rest of the inner bays. Yeah, so Sue, that's the end of my brief, but so, kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Would you remain and answer any questions from my friends? I'm not sure if any leave has been sought to ask any questions, but and also from the Tribunal of the Crown.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby, for your evidence. I believe Mr. Melvin has some questions for you.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Willoughby.
Kia ora.
I'm Jeff Melvin for the Crown. Firstly, congratulations to Ngāti Kuta and Patukeha for their the award of the Kaitiakitanga Award and the Whakamanua Ataio Award. Just on that, does that suggest that your hapu have some mana in the area and some quite significant recognition by the local authorities in this region?
Yes, it does. It does. In fact, we got a national award as well. Matu went down to receive that. It was the same. It was for the same project, but so we got it regionally and nationally.
Congratulations. Mr. Willoughby, a lot of the points you raise in your brief of evidence, the Crown will address in legal submissions. There are, though, a few points I'd like to pick up with you. Some are just matters of clarification. The first of those is at paragraph 27 of your brief, where you talk about making a submission in 2010 to the Foreshore and Seabed Ministerial Review Panel rejecting parts of the proposed bill. But am I right that it was probably a submission to the Select Committee on what was then the draft Marine and Coastal Area Bill?
I'll have to go to council on that.
One of the reasons I ask that is because the Ministerial Review Panel's report was issued in June 2009. So you would have been making a submission well after the delivery of that report.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So
you could be right there. Yeah.
And I think you actually clarify the matter somewhat in your other brief of evidence that you're going to present this morning. So.
Oh, I see.
In the following paragraph, you also say that as a Waitangi Tribunal claimant in this inquiry, you haven't received information from the Crown about how your Ngāti Kuta claims or interests might be affected by the High Court and Crown engagement processes. But those are quite two separate processes, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
We just had $1 each way.
I'm right, aren't I, that you have legal counsel, you've instructed legal counsel in respect of your High Court application and in respect of your Crown engagement application?
Yes. Well, we've got two counsels. One, Patukeha is driving the CMT application, and we're part of that, and we're this application, we're sort of carrying them through this process.
Right, but for those processes, you have a law firm instructed, don't you?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
And would you accept that it's a primary role of that law firm to inform you adequately about the operation of the Act?
We'd expect so, sir. Yes.
Moving on to paragraph 67, you've said that the High Court is not allowing the joining of overlapping claimants who are in negotiations, only to be joined as interested parties. Are you able to shed a bit more light on that statement? For example, what is the example that you have in mind there?
No, I can't, because I'm not handling that submission. But my understanding was that that once it's been the claim has been submitted, it's verbatim.
Sorry, it's
no, I can't answer that one. Sorry.
All right, thank you. And in respect of the comments that you make around the resources required to participate in the High Court MACA hearings and other processes, including Crown engagement process under the Act, how much resource is being put into that at the moment, given that Crown engagement isn't underway and there are no High Court proceedings scheduled in this region currently?
Right now, a lot of it is just research work that we've sort of gathered up and we're piecing together to support both of those claims. But in terms of engagement, I mean, we're led by council as to, you know, as to what we need to do there. When I say resources, I mean, there's a lot of, over the years we've gathered a lot of information and we're dealing with, you know, the various statutes, but also, what do you call it, claims through our main Ngāti Kuta claim, and that's bubbling along, and then these two come on the top of that, but we've had to deal with that seabird and foreshore review as well. So all of these things take time and resources, and we have to do, all of this is voluntary stuff. And, you know, we have to depend a lot on council to lead us through this. But quite often we still have to get them up to rāwhiti, have hui, talk to people, communicate the message, and gather all that information together and put it into some coherent form. So it does take effort and time.
Kia ora, Mr. Willoughby. Those were my questions.
Kia ora, yeah.
Thank you. Sir, just one final point. We, for a reason I'm not sure why, I don't have a copy of Mr. Willoughby's supplementary brief of evidence, so in an abundance of caution, if I could seek leave to file questions in writing if there's a need to. I don't imagine there will be, but just in case.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Melvin.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, certainly, my apologies. I'll ensure that my friend has a copy of that and no opposition to the questions being filed in writing. So I'm happy to provide a couple of questions in redirect unless you want me to do that after you've got some questions.
Perhaps we'll complete our questions first, Mr. Williams, and then we'll come to you.
Kia ora, Mr. Willoughby.
Kia ora.
A few just basic points first, if I can, just to get that clear in terms of the Canterbury, the vessel Canterbury. Did you acquire that from the New Zealand Defence Force?
Yes, we did. Cost us $1.
I was wondering whether I should be cheeky enough to ask.
Well, actually, it didn't. There was quite a project that was put together for that, because the boat, yes, we did acquire it for $1. But we had to strip it out and get it prepared. And of course, to do that, we had to go around with a hat, and to actually sink it cost $107,000. So what we did was we went out with $1,000 in order to do that. And a lot of that was to do with the principle of a po whenua for us. It was to make a statement about we are here, this is us, and of course the added one was of course the thing about the being part of the seabed as well. But that was an add-on. The main thing it was an artificial reef, and that was behind it all.
Yeah. What year was it that you?
2007.
2007. Right. Just following your evidence as you've been talking about different areas and trying to look at those on the map as you've been speaking, and just relating that to your references at paragraphs 43 and 46 of your evidence. You refer to locations where we exercise, and you use this phrase, dominant domain. And at paragraph 43, saying that it's more, in Pākehā terms, tino rangatiratanga you describe as being more akin to where hapu exercise dominant domain. As I've listened to you giving evidence, it's appeared to me, and as we've listened to other witnesses who have accessed resources in this general locality at Hawairangi or Pipiri, whichever term you use, it seems that you would say that Rāwhiti is your base at the present time, and I take it that the sharing of resources that you've described occurs throughout, but at Rāwhiti you would definitely regard yourselves as exercising dominant domain, and am I correct in understanding that what you're saying is that as you get further away from necessarily that centre of dominant domain, that the sharing of resources might merge into an area where other hapu start to exercise what you would describe as dominant domain?
Dominant domain. There's a thing in Māoritanga called ahi kā, and it's where you live, and you become the kaitiaki or guardians of that area of right. You're right, and the further away you get, of course, that right starts to disseminate because of the relationship of other hapu on the other side of the bay. And they would exercise dominant domain over there, and they would have a shared interest over where we are, and likewise we with them. That happens with all hapu, and this is why relationships, whanaungatanga, all of these things start to interplay, because we have a customary fishing right all the way up to the 200-mile limit. And even though it's under the name of Ngāti Kuta Pātēkeha, it's only because we put that submission in, but we've included all the other coastal hapu into that submission, so they can share in that right. So, you know, it's just the fact that we're out there and created the application and went through the whole consultation process with the Ministry of Fisheries, but we share all of that with all of those hapu.
So in Te Ao Māori, you would enjoin us to contemplate the phrase dominant domain and to read that as meaning a location where you exercise ahi kā.
Ahi kā, yes.
Thank you. I was going to raise paragraph 67 of your evidence, not by way of question to you, but really by way of challenge, if we can, to either Mr. Williams or Mr. Melvin. That really should, I would have thought, not be evidence from a witness, but something that should come as counsel information to the tribunal. It's an important issue, so from either counsel or both, can we have some direction to minutes or decisions which provide us with some clarity about that? So if I can just put that question out there, thank you. And there was a final point I wanted to raise, Mr. Willoughby. Oh, no, that's it. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Tēnā koe.
Sure.
I just got a couple of questions, just for clarity. Just on paragraph 34, you describe some restrictions.
Sorry?
You describe some restrictions in that paragraph. Just wondering, are they the restrictions imposed by other members of your hapu or other people?
Yeah, I mean, it's by other people really, and because the hapu are trying to hold what land they have together, but over time it gets sort of either sold off or, you know, people want to be part of the environment. In fact, Northland's going to be invaded, I would think, in the next 10 to 15 years with populations from Auckland. No one likes to live down there, I don't know why. But anyway, and we have instances where you know, we have to deal with, like, consent, for example, where what do you call it? Consents are often broken, and retrospective consents, and we're having to deal with those as they're becoming more regular. So the council finds the applicant, and that's it. They get away with it, and we're finding that really hard to deal with because a lot of it sort of changes our landscape, particularly in Rāwhiti. In fact, we're dealing with one right now. I've got in front of me on one of the islands out at the bay. I'm not quite sure of what's going to happen there, but I mean, these are the sort of things we have to manage, and we're trying to, you know, keep the environment and the place where we live as intact as we can. Anyway, that's I don't know if that answers your question, but I needed to.
No, that was very helpful. I was just trying to understand that particular sentence. Just
Yeah.
in the following paragraph, in the first sentence, when did this start happening? When did this start happening? When you were unable to continue food practice? Food gathering.
Oh, food gathering. Well, we've gone through some various stages because, I mean, some entrepreneur thought that take down the native forest and plant pine trees. And now those pine trees have just been taken out, and a lot of the sedimentation is going into the water. And so we don't go to that beach because it's got muddy. If you go down the Waikari Inlet, they are hugely affected by this, the downstream effects of upstream sedimentation runoff. And I feel a bit sorry for Kaputai. You know, their whole pipi ground's all gone now. You know, and so we work quite closely with a lot of the community. Fortunately, we've got a lot of retired scientists that sit with us. That's why we can do a lot of this stuff, and they help us navigate through a lot of the environmental stuff that we need to deal with. And in fact, they get in behind us and argue for us on a lot of the technical things. And this is the interesting thing, you know, we can talk about customary law through experience and knowledge, which we know because the old people have told us these things, and some of us have lived it, particularly my cousins here, they've lived it. But on the other side, we also have to deal with technical law as well, or technical science, and we've got to try and sort of bring these things together to make it more formidable in terms of, you know, what we present, you know, to deal with some of these cases.
That's very helpful and possibly a nice segue into my last question. Just in your supplementary, because I haven't read it, can I, I'm just confirming from what I heard you say. And did you say that in 2007 your hapu placed the rahui, but then it had applied for legal
Yes.
restrictions
Yes.
2 years later? Is that as a result of people not respecting your rahui?
Yes, it is. And in fact, even the rahui is there, and we know that people go in there and fish, but I mean, by and large, they leave it alone, by and large. And it's, in a way, it's a bit self-policing, but the Ministry of Fisheries also have an obligation to look after as well, or police it at least. But we put that rahui on we just got up one day and said, let's do the rahui. We went to all of our agencies like DOC and Minfish and said, this is what we're going to do, got signs put up, went around the various marae and delivered that message, and so we just did it. But it needed to be enforced. I mean, I couldn't send our boys out there and, you know, standing on the, you know, at the entrance there and stopping people from going in there when we couldn't do that. And I guess this is one of the things that we need to do is to how much management we can bring to bear on when we put a rahui in, because once we extend it down to Oki Bay, it's going to need more managing as well. And these are the things I think we need to somehow find solutions to, and you know, with Ministry of Fisheries, with DOC and the like, Council.
And the rahui, just for confirmation, was around conservation?
It was. Well, it was built around the wreck as an artificial reef to bring back the fish, and it's sort of done that. And we have arrangements with diving groups that go out there, but they're more policemen for us. You know, they take their customers out there, but they also keep an eye on the area, and they also do surveys for us and all that sort of thing. So it's a bit of a quid pro quo arrangement.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Olabi.
Kia ora.
That was very helpful.
Kia ora, Mr. Willoughby. Thank you for your evidence. I was so impressed with the amount of work and the fact that you've identified the problems and also offered some of the solutions to those problems. And I was going to follow up on the question of the rahui as well. But again, I've had my thunder stolen. And just to get some detail of the area and the fact that that you have support for that from the system as well. Is the general population adhering to the rahui?
Yes, they are.
And you mentioned the comings and goings of the dolphins. Is that an indication of how your fishery is? Because that is for us.
Well, this is subjective, but what we've seen is the pods are going into Manganui Bay more regularly, and we think, and we're getting some research done on it, but we think it's to do with the feed is better. You know, there's more feed there. But, you know, it's not just one thing, and because Manganui Bay is only a small place, that's why we want to make it bigger. But the dynamics of the bay are changing too. You know, you're getting a lot more people on the water, a lot more people fishing. There's even more tourist boats out there. And so we have to try and fit all of this into some sort of coherent way in which people can still live together and get on with each other. We have the power of exercising limits of bylaws under the Fisheries Customary Fishing Act, but we haven't exercised that. I mean, we don't want to annoy people and say you can't fish. We certainly don't want to do that. But what we need to do is to make sure that the biodiversity, there's balance and harmony in the water. And that's why we have to put restrictions on, like dredging, like fishing methods, by inshore pushing the commercial line a bit further out, just to give it a chance to replenish itself. I mean, we could easy enough for us to put bylaws in place and say, okay, the limit of fish that you can take for one person goes from 9 down to 6. I mean, we could do that, but that's then we'll be getting chased all over the hills if we do that.
But isn't that an indication that the offshore and inshore fishery is out of balance?
In our view, yes. Yes, we say that because the Bay of Islands is a nursery, and so is Whangaroa Harbour, so is, Whangamuri. They're a nursery, you see, and if you keep taking out and not putting back, then, of course, even the commercial fishers start to suffer. So what we're saying is keep the inner reef systems, the fauna and flora, give them a chance to replenish and grow, and that maintains a more healthy fishery.
But overall, is the QMS system working for you?
The thing with the QMS, it's about extraction. I have a thing about that because it's based on a lot of science. I'm not saying I'm against it. I just don't understand enough of it. But what I do know about QMS, it's about extraction. It's about taking out. And it's a bycatch effect when they come into those inner reef systems that I think are also dangerous, but we don't like it. We don't like them. I've got an analysis of the bycatch catch being done at the moment, from the inner reef system. So.
Thank you very much for your information. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Mr. Willoughby. I did have a number of questions for you, but like Matua Hauata, the panel have already raised those matters, so I won't retreat that ground. But just to thank you for your evidence. Tēnā koe.
Okay. Kia ora.
Sir, just a couple of matters in redirect.
Yes.
Mr. Willoughby, my friend for the Crown asked you a question about your paragraph 27. And the question was about a submission made in 2010 by Ngāti Kuta Patukeha. You also filed in this inquiry, in stage 1 of the inquiry, the brief of evidence in January 2018, document A93. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And Appendix B to that brief of your brief of evidence is a document which says it's a submission on the Ministerial Foreshore and Seabed Review Panel from Ngāti Kuta and Patukeha, correct?
Correct.
Is that the document that you're referring to in paragraph 27 of your main brief of evidence?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Kia ora. Secondly, my friend for the Crown also talked about the applications that Ngāti Kuta and Patukeha made to the High Court, and just wanted to be clear, the lawyers acting for you there are not us.
No.
So that's the first point.
The difference is, though, that they were the other lot of pro bono.
Secondly, though, Mr. Willoughby, my friend for the Crown, suggested that the lawyers should be advising you about the provisions of the Act. Should it be the lawyers first, or should it be the Crown advising you about the provisions of the Act first?
Well, I mean, no, it should be the Crown, to be honest.
Kia ora, sir. I have no further questions for the witness. Thank you.
The lawyers charge us every time we ring them up.
Yes. So thank you. That's the evidence for Ngāti Kuta ki te rāwhiti. I think Mr. Hockley will now be taken over from this point.
Tēnā koe.
Te rana tātu katoa, e te chachi, a koutou te taumata e whakaroho nei o mātu naue. Ngari runga tēnā me piki a koro maina e te rāwhiti rākau māmanga tituki Rapanui. Rapanui i tituki taputapu a te rangi a te Tahiti. Taputapu a te tito mai ki rākau māmanga ko tēni te wāhi e koro ngana te nira. Nā e mara mai a tātu, o tātu tikanga. Nō reira runga tēnā, hono tēni haramai rā te tautoko, tako ingoa ko Matutāra te nāna Clinton, ko haura te kau mātu mō tēnā rohe, Ngāti Kuta te patu ki hei te niwa. Nō reira, ka miheti ni kia koutu katoa. Hono tēni wai māria mātu, e mahina mātu, ngā mahi o ngā tupuna mai rāno. Ngā mahi e mahi ana, timata mai tēni, ngā tau 1967, 24th of February 1967, i tēni tā wā o taku waku tau naini, 81, ne? Te kaumā waru, te tahi tau, so I'm 81 years age, e korongi ana, reto tēni ngā tuhi ngā, harakano mātu mate no, ngari atu wā, ka puta maina o tēni, i te ngau ia mātu, no reira runga tēnā, hono tēni e mihini ka koutou, te karauna, a mihini ka koutou katoa. Tātou ngā roia, ngā weta marea, ngā whanaunga. A mātu i koni, e mahi tahina mātu, te tōta mātu rohe. No reira, runga tēnā, e mohena mātu ngā whakapapa. Runga tēnā ngā whakapapa mātu katoa. Pena e nohono koe, tēni taki wā, putatune, e whanaunga tātu katoa, ngari, i runga tēnā, ko te ahi kātanga, e kōringana, ngā tikanga, e interest e kōringana, ma koutou tēnei tia kua mātu tia ki tēni ka koutou. Ruka tēnā, hare tonu tēni kaupapa tēni rā. Nō reira hono tēni e tautoko nei a māti katoa, tēni o mātu, ngā roia nei, a keli nā me te kani, e nō mai nei, e awhi nei a mātu, e tēni te mihi ka koutou katoa. E ngā whānau o ngā pui, e pēnā ngā hapu, tēnā ngā koutou katoa, hono tēni, e tuhu mihini ka koutou, ko tā mai koutou tēni rā, te tautoko rā. Weni o mātu koro, no reira, huri no, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātu katoa.
Tū moke, ana e te iwi e, te mara e tū, e waho nei. Kei ara, koe te tau e, kuari roi te ripo e.
Nō reira, huri no tēni o tātu whare. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātu katoa, ka huri.
Good boy. Kia ora tātou katoa. Nā te poto o te wā, he wā ki te mihi pēra. Tuatahi ki ngā rangatahi o Hini Amaru i ngā rangatira kei konei ki te whare, ki tō whare, kia ora tātou katoa. Ka huri au ki te rōpū o Ngāti Kuta Patukia, te whānau o rewha Riwati Hoki, he mihi ana kia koutou katoa, he honore tēnei ki te mahi, tēnei mahi. E ngā pau whāo o te tepu, kia ora tātou katoa. Sir, I've got 3 minutes before the break, and I thought I'd stretch out by mihi, but I just ran out of gas. I might pick up where I left off after the cup of tea. Sir, I think that if we could simply adjourn now. I'm happy to begin, but I would like to spend some time going through the opening submissions and some issues with yourself. I'm in your hands, sir. I'm happy to begin. I don't want to create further pressure on the day, sir. So.
No, we should be fine, Mr. Hockley. My only issue is I'm not quite sure whether the ringawera are ready to receive us. If they are, then by all means we can adjourn. If not, then perhaps we should make use of the time available. It seems that one of the haukainga is just going to check.
Ka pai. In that case, I'll just confirm the documents you should have before you, sir. 3.3.99, the opening submissions. The documents that the witnesses, Mrs. Thompson and Mr. Willoughby, will be speaking to are B21, and there are appendices to those. What you have now in front of you, that A2 document, is a selection of the data sets that were filed with the evidence. And Excel spreadsheets are remarkable things, but they're very difficult to present and speak to as evidence. So what that provides is a selection that actually shows from 2014 to 2019 all of the coastal permits in the Northern Regional Council, Rohi. So that gives you a sense of the scale of it. And summed at the bottom of the page is the number of permits and the fees that the council recouped for processing those. Those will be officially brought in through the witnesses, Sue. Go away.
I've just received an indication from the haukainga that they are ready to receive us in the wharekai. So given that, Mr. Hockley, we will adjourn now and we'll reconvene at 10:50.
Tēnā koe, Sue.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the land, New Zealanders young and old were out lending a hand. This year, let's remember our neighbours in need.
Donate at anchor.co.nz.
Listen to music offline. YouTube Music Premium. Start a 1-month free trial.
Are we just waiting for your clients, Mr. Hockley? Are you ready to proceed?
We'll give them a minute, I see. Me tīmata. No te pai o te hapu, Ngāti Kuta Patukia, ki te pai o te whānau I roto I te hapu. Kei konei te whānau o Rewha, rawa ko Riwati. Ngā uri o Patukia, ngā Ngāti Kuta, no ngā hapu o Ngāti Waiki whangaruru hoki, ko tērā te whakapapa o tēnei whānau, o tēnei ropu. Sir, I've given you the numbers, and I'm just going to cover off a few things which, and speak loosely to the submissions in writing. And there's a few things that have already happened this week which I think are worth drawing upon and noting. And one of them was Mr. Crosby's request about wanting to know what the alternatives are. And as I go through these submissions, hopefully I can provide good submissions suggesting why the Act should be repealed. And that initial option that was identified in Ngāti Apa is brought back to the fore. The ability to go through the Māori Land Court, the ability to go through the High Court. And within that, there are certain opportunities which I hope to get to later on. One other comments which have come through, and I'm thinking of Mr. Shortland talking about how the customary right is about carrying out responsibilities. Those were his words. And he was talking about how it obliges him to maintain that manaakitanga, and that, sorry, more specifically the kaitiakitanga. And you really see, I think from the witnesses we've already had this week and in the previous week, how this Act deals with the customary right very much as a, here's the list of things you can get. And what we're hearing from the witnesses and the evidence is how unsatisfactory that is, how that fails to encapsulate or even begin to encapsulate the tikanga around the takutai moana. And you'll hear that further from Mrs. Thompson and Mr. Willoughby as they also talk about kaitiakitanga and about the reciprocal duties. You know, the takutai moana feeds them and assists them, and in turn their role is to make sure that it is protected. And you've already had some kōrero with Mr. Willoughby about rāhui and the significance of that role of protecting them. I look in the submissions, sir, I go into the consultation which led to this Act. And I'm at the top of page 4 in my submissions. And again, going back to, and it's tedious, but it's important, but the Foreshore and Seabed report did say, look, this longer conversation is your first option, your best option. And if that decision came out in 2004, the Act goes ahead. There's no conversation during that period. We get to 2009, 2010, and it's basically within a year that the bill is, the policy's proposed, the bill is tabled, and there's submissions taken, and you don't end up with any kind of long conversation. I don't think you really see a meaningful conversation at all in my submission. What you see is a replacement for the Foreshore and Seabed Act, and basically widespread just dismissal of those submissions that are made on the proposed Act. So there were two tranches to that, and I note this in paragraph 25. The official consultation period on the MACA Act was March 31 to April the 30th. It's hardly a period in which you can complete a long conversation, and not even a period in which the kawana can really consider the alternatives that Māori are putting forward. Between September and December, the Māori Affairs Committee received 4,455 written submissions and 1,500 submissions, form submissions, and 287 submissions were spoken to orally. And again, this still isn't consultation. This is the package. Tell us what you think of it. Thank you. We're going ahead. I set out there the decision of the Environment Court in the Land Air Water Association case, which built on the previous decision of the Wellington International Airport, which has largely set the threshold for consultation in a resource management context. However, what we're dealing with here is a tiriti-based consultation obligation, a much more high-level obligation on the Crown to consider what its treaty partner considers to be appropriate. And I've put in a few references there. Sir, the Central North Island Tribunal notes that the right to be consulted and give consent to Crown policies and laws affecting the things of fundamental importance to them, saying that such guarantees could only be overridden in exceptional circumstances. Te Rohe Pōtai, again, looking at the legislation around native land, that tribunal said by enacting these laws and imposing these restrictions without first consulting or obtaining the consent, the Crown failed to fulfil its duty of active protection and breached the treaty guarantee of tino rangatiratanga, autonomy and partnership. Interestingly, the tribunal said it was the failure to first consult or gain consent, which I think raises that consultation level to a very high point. If the tribunal there is saying you can either consult or gain consent, you're dragging that consultation obligation up to a point where there has been a meaningful conversation, the detail has been gotten into, you've talked to the right people, and there is a level of understanding there between the parties and an exchange that, although not being consent, is satisfactory for the legislation to go on. And I think that's an interesting point that tribunal made. Going back to the Y262 tribunal in paragraph 36, that tribunal was quoted with favour in the plant variety rights regime report. We were saying it might not be possible anymore to deliver tino rangatiratanga over all the taonga of Māori because of the state of those taonga. It will, however, be possible to deliver full authority in some areas. And that's the kind of emphasis that the tribunal is placing on the Crown and the obligation that the Crown has to meet. And the tribunal went on to say that will either be because the absolute importance of the taonga interest in question means other interests must take second place, or conversely, because competing interests are not sufficiently important to outweigh the constitutionally protected taonga interest. And when we look at the rights that are being dealt with here under the takutai moana, we are in alienation territory. We're in extinguishment territory. And the Act proposes that you come to the court or you come to the Crown engagement process with your customary right intact, and then you convert it into these two forms, the protected customary right and the customary marine title. And in the process of doing that, the customary right is extinguished. The customary right is alienated. There's no capacity for the court to say, we recognise your customary right, and we just leave it at that. It converts it. And again, the evidence that I think you've already been hearing and will continue to hear is that those two rights are a pale imitation of the right which Māori are seeking to have recognised, and which they in fact have to demonstrate exists before it is then trimmed down to fit within this Act. I go on in my submissions to note that the Act is very careful and upfront to create the common marine and coastal area, and the way that it does this, I've not created the section 9, it says that, spells out that this is all of that area other than specified freehold land. It's all freehold land, specified freehold land in the area, areas owned by the Crown, conservation areas, national park areas, reserves. And so that layer goes on the takutai moana from the outset. Doesn't matter who makes applications, doesn't matter what their awards are, that exists now in the mind of the Crown, and there's dispute around whether it exists in reality, but that's the impact of the legislation. And importantly, all and any freehold rights that might happen to go down to the low tide mark or various places within the takutai moana, those are preserved. So if you've got a certificate of title that says my boundary is here, and that happens to be below the low tide mark and within the takutai moana, you're safe. That title can be exchanged, leased, sold, like any other freehold title. It is only the customary rights in the area held by Māori that are recognised that have to be tested by the High Court or Crown engagement pathways to be recognised. And this is where you hear this kōrero of, why is the onus on us again? You know, we have been here, we have lived here, we are ahika. I'm in the water every day, this kind of kōrero. And yet we have to go to the High Court in Whangarei to tell them about my customary rights. The CMCA, the Common Marine and Coastal Area, is accorded a special status by designating that area as something which neither the Crown nor any other person owns or is capable of owning, according to Section 11. And again, this has got, reminiscent of the Foreshore and Seabed Act and how it dealt with this area, and brings to mind the broader legislative system that this Act lands in, with Ngāti Apa coming out in 2003 and the government moving quickly with the Foreshore and Seabed Act. What it tells us is that the Resource Management Act, passed in 1991, is based on a presumption that is wrong. The presumption that as soon as you get beyond the high tide mark, no one owns it. Or it's the Queen's chain, and there's been a bit of talk about that as well. So the presumption built into that is you can't own it, so it's for local governments to manage its use, and it's treated very much as we know, it's a permission system. It's not a property right, as Environment Court judges want to emphasise. But again, I think that's being exposed as something of a fiction when we see this Act and we look at the customary rights which Māori are demonstrating and showing evidence of. I go on page 8 to to detail some of the limitations there in the rights that are awarded, and you can see those there. I note there, paragraph 46, under a CMT, and as we heard already, and we will continue to hear throughout the evidential weeks, these powers are not sufficient to call for or enforce rāhui without the authority of the minister. There is some protection to allow wāhi-tapu and wāhi-tapu areas, but it's my submission that this provision suggests the most rudimentary understanding of tikanga and fails to recognise how an event can make an area tapu. That should be built in. If you've got a customary right in that rohe and you have an incident, a drowning, the resources depleted, the fish aren't there, you should be able to act in such a way to protect it. And again, I think of Mr. Hetaraki yesterday, talking about his rāhui tapu, which again, it's a different concept. I think it's a bit more high level, and what he's saying is that it's a bit more powerful. Okay, we want this to be strong. We want to be able to do it ourselves. The table, or the spreadsheet that I've filed through the witnesses and the data sets shows the extent of these coastal permits. And again, going to the Resource Management Act, Māori, like any other interested party, have an ability to consider these applications and provide input on them. And there is increased status for tangata whenua, but not of sufficient merit to prevent any of these things where the local government says, this is a run-of-the-mill mooring, this is a run-of-the-mill jetty that we're going to put in place, that's fine. There's really no limitation to that. And within the Act, the MACA Act, you'll see these accommodated activities, which are very broad. And they say, sure, you've got your title, but the accommodated activities that are here still really curtails those rights and the expression of them. And again, going back to the foreshore and seabed inquiry, the tribunal there reported that the policies which the Crown was proposing in that Act lacked detail and clarity on paragraph 54 on how the interface with the Resource Management Act will be handled. You know, we're going back a long time and seeing that this is a real issue that's been flagged. That Act goes through, gets repealed and is replaced with a new Act. Those same issues have not been reconciled or addressed, and certainly not in a way that allows those customary rights to be what they are. And I think the final point I'd make at this point, sir, is that, again, Ngāti Apa said, the judges there said, look, there's a reason why Māori would consider keeping their interests in Māori customary title. You have some of these in your court rohe, sir, where the title is still a Māori customary title. There's a recognition of the hapu with interests, but the power of the status of that is that it can't be alienated. Despite that, the hapu can actually go to the court and say, we've got trespass, and there's no limitation on the period that trespass damages award can be awarded for. So there's no limitations. So when you think about those powers and those opportunities which Māori had and Ngāti Apa finally recognised, what is lost with this Act is incredibly substantial. To be able to go to a court, be it the Māori Land Court, and there's a huge amount of support, I think, for a specialised court dealing with these kind of applications. But to be able to satisfy the court that the interest remains and then say, tēnā koe tiati, we're just going to leave it there. Just put the hapu names on it, the whānau names, the iwi names, put that on it, we're not converting it. We don't want freehold title. That actually exposes us to risk. It creates potential for alienation, and it creates other challenges which are best avoided within the safety of the recognised customary title. And again, this you see this throughout Ngāti Apa. And I think that's something which needs to be looked at as a very meaningful and possible solution, to be able to return to that option. I haven't turned my mind to whether that would be desirable if the High Court was able to do that, but because it was built into the Māori Land Court, Te Ture Whenua Māori, I think that's where the starting point is. That opportunity for tangata whenua ahika to go to the court that they're most familiar with, have their rights recognised, and the title set at a safe point for them has a huge amount of merit and needs to be considered. I'm available for questions if you would like to ask any.
Just one question, Mr. Hockby, if I can. The phrase exclusive use and occupation, it's been a long time since I reread that Ngāti Apa decision, but was that utilised in that decision to any extent?
I don't have a quick answer to you on that, I'm afraid. I believe that the context was such that there was limited overlapping and challenges in that case.
I'm not sure that you're right there.
No.
Coming from that area, there are 9 conflicting iwi in Te Tauihu, 8 in particular, and Ngāi Tahu makes 9. So there's a range of overlaps that exist in that, in the Marlborough Sounds complex, but also in Tasman Golden Bay. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that's. I didn't focus on that aspect of the judgment, and I need to revisit it. It is an important point, and it is noted that you have been asking these questions. Again, I think it comes to language. I think this idea of exclusivity is shared across jurisprudence internationally when it comes to recognising Aboriginal rights or traditional rights. And I think the challenge here is that it's not language applied to a bare application for recognition of customary title. It's within the context of this Act that I think that exclusivity becomes more problematic, because Dalgamuk and other cases clearly saying shared exclusivity is fine. You know, if you've got a number of tribes in this rohe, that's okay. It's no issue for the Supreme Court in Canada to issue a decision like that.
I suppose that the genesis of where that phrase came from, particularly when coupled with a requirement for continuing occupation in accordance with tikanga, which a number of council have drawn attention to as appearing to have an inherent possible conflict, raises certainly in my mind, just where did the phrase get plucked from? I'm putting the question to you, but I'm sure Mr. Melvin's listening, and I'm sure we'll probably get informed in due course. Thank you.
Tēnā koe.
Thank you, Mr. Hockley. I do have a number of issues that I'd like to address with you, but it's probably more appropriate to do that in closing rather than in opening, so I won't go through those with you now, but thank you for your opening submission. It's certainly been very helpful.
Tēnā koe, sir. I look forward to that discussion. We'll rearrange these desks and I'll bring Mr. Willoughby back and Mrs. Thompson. Kia ora korua, if you could both introduce yourselves. Ka pai, kia koe.
Hi, Matt, please the tribunal. Ko raka manga te maunga, ko ipipi te moana. Ko ngā toki mata wharo te waka, ko Ngāti Kuta, te hapu, me Ngāti Wai te iwi. Ko te rāwhiti me tūpare huia, te marae. Ko rewiti rawa ko rewha, tōku tūpuna. Ko Ballaria rewiti tamihana ahau. Just to give a brief more information about my family, I come from a family, a very large family of 14. And I was brought up by my grandfather, Hare Rewiti in Naiatonga, till I was 8 years old and he passed. From then I went back to live with my parents at Te Rāwhiti, who were already living there with my siblings that were there. We are the descendants of Rewha and Rewiti. This claim, like the applications under the Takutai Moana Act 2011, was brought by us collectively as a whānau that whakapapa to our tūpuna, Rewha and Rewiti, and actively maintain our links to our rohe moana. Carry on. Rewiti was a signatory to Te Riti. His son Hare Rewiti was also baptised in Paihia on the 6th of February 1859. Hare Rewiti lived in Whangaruru. My grandmother, on the side to our Rewha whakapapa, was Ria Matikino Rewha. She is the granddaughter of Rewha. Our whānau tikanga, handed down by our parents of sustainability, enhancement, o te Māori o te taiao, te whenua me te moana, me ona taonga katoa. We have responsibility as kaitiaki to care for our whenua, our islands and all tonga for future generations along our coastal area.
Tēnā koe. Mr. Willoughby, since we've already had the pleasure of some of your kōrero today, can I take you first to Appendix A, to your evidence, and can you just remind us what this is, please?
This is a map of our rohe moana that goes from Taupiri Nui up to Motukokako and across to Wiki Wiki and then down to Tapeka.
And what is the context of this document that map's supplied in?
It maps out our rohe moana and rohe whenua.
And can you go to paragraph 9 of that submission, please?
Is it? Keep going. Okay, yep.
Can you just reiterate there what that submission was?
Yeah, we asked the committee to recommend that this act be abandoned and the government enter into a true meaningful dialogue with Māori to find an acceptable and constructive solution.
This was filed or supplied back in 2010, is that right?
Correct.
What is your impression of the dialogue and engagement that you've had from the Crown?
I haven't had any, really. I think this process was the first dialogue or engagement that we've had.
Kia ora. Returning to you, Mrs. Thompson, can you give us some of the detail around some of the more unique features on some of the motu around your rohe?
Okay. I think on the side to our Rewiti tūpuna, we don't just go as far as Taupiri as a boundary or a line. We extend further down through the Ngātiwai coastline, according to my Ngātiwai whakapapa. So we continue on down that coastline, and on that coastline we have motu, lots of little motu, and one of them I know is called Moanarua. If I was to take my dinghy and row out to Moanarua, it would take me 15 minutes to get there. And I do this often, and we continue to go there and collect kaimoana fish, and that has been gazetted in 1987 as a reserve for our people under a customary title. What I'm saying here is that we have a customary right around our motu that I'm describing within our rohe. But we also have, following that, the acts of the 2004 and now the 2011 Takutai Moana Act. We have layers over our rohe moana where we already have Crown acknowledgement of our gazetted area, of our customary rights to our motu and our fishing grounds. And it's not a small area, it's quite significant. So I bring this to the attention today because we have never stopped going there. We live in Tūparehuia, we live along our rohe moana. My kainga is in Tūparehuia, and we continue to practice those traditions that we have always grown up with. So I'm saying we have a customary title to our motu, our rohe moana, not one, but up to 11, as small as they may be, we have that. So where does this act sit? Because it doesn't sit with us. Kia ora.
Mrs. Thompson, what does the title say that those motu is in the interest of?
It is in the interest of the Ngātiwai people.
And you have started talking about the customary interests in the Takutai Moana. Can you just describe for us what are the rights and the obligations that exist within that customary right?
Kai tiakitanga, ahi ka. Those are the rights and the traditions that we've been brought up with, the responsibility to those places.
When you look at the Act, there is some content there around wahi tapu, but what further expressions do you need that would recognise your customary title?
You mean from the Crown or through legislative acts?
In order to carry out your customary rights, what further would you need in addition to those?
Well, first is acknowledgement of our right as tiriti partners. Our tūpuna signed to tiriti, not one, but several. On our Ngātiwai whakapapa, my whakapapa is back through Te Kauwhata. My great-great-grandmother, Huka, was a daughter of Heta. And so, you know, for me, my tūpuna had a clear understanding of what his expectation was. We've never ceded any of that. We've continued to practice what we've been taught.
Mrs. Thompson, you talk about in your brief around 47 around the language of the Act. can you tell us what those concerns are around how the Act talks about your rights?
Kia ora. Ai, te ao Māori, te reo Māori. You know, as I pondered on all of this Act, it was very confusing for me at first. The starting point for a system that is trying to recognise our customary rights for what they are is a te ao Māori perspective. And te reo. Even though, you know, I'm not fluent in te reo, I can read it. And the reason why I feel whakamā sometimes to speak my reo is because we were discouraged to speak te reo at school. You know, it's been hard because, but it's also been important to me because, not because I couldn't speak it, but because I could hear it, and I listened and I learnt through hearing the reo. So when I read something, I can get a better understanding. So that's why I say the starting point, it should have been written in te reo Māori. So it brings with it that perspective of our language and our understanding. The language of this Act should start there and fully employ the tikanga and the terminology which our tūpuna relied on when dealing with the takutai moana. We looked at the Act as a whānau and you know, it didn't make sense to us. We tried to translate it, as I did, back to te reo to understand what it is saying about our interest in the takutai moana. But that just shows that the way this Act has been written and designed fails us. It sets out to fail us. The failure to use te reo has put us at a disadvantage. It means that we are approaching this very important process from a colonial Western viewpoint, using that language and those expressions. The starting point, as I have said, should have been tikanga and acknowledgement of the complexity of the rights we hold in the takutai moana and how they linked to our rights in our whenua and our rohe moana, which for us, like so many other hapu and whānau, is still a continuous area, not a number of different territories in the way that the Pākehā deals with this. The language of the Act should have deferred to te reo, tell me when to stop, and should have relied on our words of expression, te Māori, manakitanga, kaitiakitanga, ahi kāroa, mana whenua, mana moana, mana motuhake, tikanga, māramataka. We see one reference to manakitanga in the Act. In the preamble, we can't see those other concepts expressed anywhere in the Act.
To you, Mrs. Thompson, how difficult is it to articulate the customary rights in the takutai moana without using those other words that you're talking about?
It's just impossible. It's very difficult.
Kia ora. I want to move, Mr. Willoughby, and ask you some questions based around paragraphs 86 and 87, and you're talking about the dynamics there with the Environment Court and the Far North District Council. Can you just describe for us your sense of where this Act sits within those other problems, those other challenges you're already describing?
Okay, just for the sake of the tribunal, the relationship between my cousin Bella and myself we're actually cousins, and we've got the same grandparents. So the refa whānau is in Rafferty, and the rarity whānau is down in Whangaruru. So we are actually related. I just want to cover that because I talked about the boundaries of Ngāti Kuta, which I was asked to do, when in fact we also extend through the rarity whānau down into Whangaruru as well, which is Ngāti Wai whenua. Okay, so the Structure Act has been, well, it is a burden to navigate. I mean, I think when we contest like resource consent applications, district plans, the 10-year plan from the Whānau Official Council, which is out in consultation right now, and, you know, there is an understanding about why those rules are being put out from a council perspective, that they need to bring some sort of order in their planning and so on, but also in the way society grows. But it's not a one-sided thing. I think Māori, particularly in the north, when we represent 42% of the population, need to have a bigger say. Now, some of that fault is with Māori themselves, because it'll be great if we can get far more politicians, Māori politicians up there in both local and central government to be able to advocate for us. But we've got a way to go. So in the meantime, we have to consider the way in which the statute laws are applied in the Act, and particularly the MACA Act, and how that is applied in a Māori context, in order for us to be able to get some equilibrium in terms of interpretation, but also in the way those policies are delivered. Does that answer your question?
Kia ora. You talked there about the Far North District Council 10-year plan, and given how you've been involved in that, what presence or what impact has the MACA Act had on that process?
Well, from my experience, it hasn't had any experience, although the door's not closed on that. I think councils are learning to try and engage, and they need some help to do that. I mean, we need to also, it's a bit like we help you to help us, and I think that process is something we have to engage in order to, you know, get our side of the story set in policy so that can be implemented as part of the way they do their business.
Kia ora, and just to follow up on that point, so what place does the MACA Act and the customary rights that might be recognised within it, what place does that currently have within the 10-year plan?
Well, it has a recognition that Māori are a constituent community, but when it comes down to engagement, there's a lot of work to be done there, and given effect to Māori traditions and customs.
I think this is a good opportunity to take you to these delightful documents that were supplied. There's 5 pages there, and at the bottom of each, I think there is 5 documents: 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. Just on the first of these, the 2014 page, can you just indicate how many applications have been and the coastal, how many coastal permits have been issued?
Well, there's 231 applications. And
can you tell us how much the council charged in fees in that year?
$213,000.
When you consider the takutai moana and the customary rights within it, who should have a significant voice, if not the main voice, in issuing permits or use of the takutai moana?
Yeah, no, Māori, of course.
This is kind of for both of you, but in terms of your role as ahi ka and living on the whenua, on the moana, can you just articulate for this tribunal just the extent of your commitments, both currently and possibly in the future because of the various things that you're involved in? You're at paragraph 95.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so, I mean, the Waitangi Tribunal inquires in the Environment Court proceedings dealing with resource consents, dock activities in our area. That is before we list the day-to-day stuff, just looking after our whenua, looking after the Takatau Moana areas, maintaining our marae. And I see we've got today 4 of our boys are here who have taken time out from fixing our marae up to come to this hearing. So tautoko to them, and for at least taking the time out to come and be here. And dealing with our Ahu Whenua Trust, which is 2 huis a month, probably, that we work toward.
I see the list there. Are there any other governmental organisations or ministries that you're involved in as well?
Yeah, there's the heritage and culture. We have to work alongside them when we do resource consents, or some resource consents. But likewise, working with the agencies, it's a matter of getting them onto your side of the fence to understand, to understand the Maori point of view and what they can do to help us. And sometimes they can't, in fact, quite often they can't, but because they're governed by policy and certain rules. So,
Kia ora, given the workload that you're articulating there, and I know that you're not speaking for just yourselves, but your whānau also, what was the impact of having the statutory deadline, and what are your concerns about the statutory deadline in relation to this Act? Mrs. Thompson. Speak from the heart if you want.
Yeah,
Mrs.
no,
Thompson.
it's okay. I know I had it in my brief. But I just wanted to say, that statutory deadline is like just alienation straight away. That's how it felt. We've never ceded our rights. We've never left our whenua nor our moana. And then we get an act that gives you a time frame. For us as Māori, like our Council Cameron Hockley said today, for us as Māori, we like to talk, we like to wānanga, we like to discuss things. But with this process, it's about getting on, getting it done. It's not about the way we feel we should be treated in a partnership. It was abhorrent to me because I thought this is so wrong. If I was to have to uphold my ahika, my kaitiakitanga, to ensure that all of our mokopuna could enjoy what I was able to enjoy, that deadline was so culturally and sensitively wrong. And it has had a huge impact on myself and others that have had to struggle to get to meet that deadline. So we thought it's best to be in to do our role than not at all. And this gave us the opportunity to be here today. Kia ora, Cameron.
Kia ora. Mr. Willoughby, do you have anything to add to that around the statutory deadline?
Yeah, 6 years is a bit tight. In fact,
It's too tight, yeah.
I think in fact, the Ngāti Kuta side, we just sort of let it, well, in fact, we weren't aware. And I see there's reference to some of the Runanga organisations, not Ngāti Waibais, but, maybe it was communicated through the Runangas, but we certainly didn't get notification of that. And so, the Ngāti Kuta submission was done with a level of urgency because of the statutory time frame that we had to meet. And we just assumed that the CMT application would be right for us, and that would be sufficient. But in looking at it and the design of both acts, we decided to, put $1 each way. That's why you've got the CMT application for Ngāti Kuta and the same for the MACA Act. It's covering our basis.
Kia ora. I want to move on to one last thing, and this is in relation to the Attorney General's role in those proceedings. Mrs. Thompson, can you tell us what steps you took when you were aware the Attorney General was actually a party to the proceedings?
Yes, well actually, I'll go back to the application. You know, I was out on the farm working, pondering. I had about a week on this application, and as I read through, I was just kind of lost. And I spoke with my sisters, and we sat together, and we went online, put the application in. That was it. But, you know, following on from that, the first part of the application we thought was hard, but then we had to notify certain interested parties. And I think there was 5. There was the regional council, the district council, the Far North Council because of our Rohe Moana, and the Attorney General. Have I missed one? Maybe I've missed, but anyway, 4 was a lot to do. And you know, we don't have the money to go and put all these notices in and do all these things, but we did. And we couldn't notify other people that we could have gone to let them know what we were doing, because we were restricted with our resources we had and the time frame. So having put that notice through to the Attorney General, we got a fairly prompt reply. Council will give us the time that he responded. But it was very, yeah, pretty much. It wasn't, I heard that one. It wasn't sensitive to us as Māori, you know. So we thought, oh, well, that's not new, I suppose. This is how we expect the behaviours sometimes. But then the next thing, there was some kōrero, and certain parties or whānau and our iwi board were contemplating putting forward questions around the Attorney General's role in this, is it proceedings of the MACA Act or applications? And so there added another layer of cost in that whole process. You know, I had to go and apply for legal aid to get my counsel here to attend for us, to represent us at those hearings that were held in Wellington. Was that the one in Wellington? I'm not sure. I'm just asking him to help me because I know we had to pay him, you know? And that is on me and my whānau, legal aid, and we were granted that. And we were lucky to have that because we couldn't put to the Attorney General or to that inquiry our questions about his involvement because we didn't think he should be there. He's there in the interest of the public of New Zealand. We were dealing with our customary rights and we needed to have a good run to have our kōrero. But here we had from the side this Attorney General thing. And you know, when I did what do you call it? I looked up the job description, I guess, of the Attorney General. And it says his job is to, excuse me, Crown, is to ensure that the Crown policies are carried out. Now, I stand to be corrected, but that was my understanding. Kia ora.
Kia ora. You mentioned there the articulation of the Attorney General being present in those proceedings in the public interest. If we can leave those proceedings to one side, within the tikanga that you have within the Rewhan, Rewati Whānau and Ngāti Kuta Patukeha, what capacity does your tikanga have to accommodate the public passing through those rohe or to be present in those rohe?
Well, you know, we are inclusive. That's the way we've been brought up. And if I can refer back to our Moanarua Islands and Motu, we have since 1987 had that customary reserve there, protected for us as Ngātiwai. We've never put up notices or said to the public of New Zealand that you can't go and fish there. It's always been Manaaki. You can come, but respect it. If we see someone trying to do a burial there, which we've seen on people on our beaches heading out to do burials at sea, we jump on it straight away. Said, no, you go back. That's not tikanga. That's not tika. That's our food basket. And most times they respect us, but it's the way you talk to people, you know. So us, it's not, we know we have a customary Gazette notice which is recognised by the Crown and other agencies of the Crown, like Department of Conservation and others. But we are a people of manaakitanga. And if you want a kai, you can come and fish there. But don't leave your plastic or your rubbish, because that's what we're there for, to manaaki and look after that place.
Kia ora, Mrs. Thompson. I've traversed the questions I wanted to prompt you with. Are there any other statements you'd like to make before we conclude?
I think that is enough for now. Thank you.
Mr. Willoughby?
No, I'm all good, thanks.
Tēnā korua, please wait there for any questions from my friends, Te Tepu and Te Kawana.
Tēnā korua, thank you both for your evidence. There are a number of people who would like to ask you questions about your evidence, starting with, is it Mr. Henderson? It is.
Tēnā koe, Your Honour, tēnā koutou members of the Tribunal, called Stuart Henderson Aho, appearing with my team on Y2764, Ngātiwai Trust, and with our Trust Chair, Mr. Kiripati Edwards, present today. I trust there's no sense of disrespect from me that I appear and disappear and appear again. The truth is that my role has become Te Tautoko, my new colleague, Ms. Wilson, who will lead today. And I should also introduce our junior member, Ms. Edwards, a law clerk in our firm. Kia ora.
I te tepu, tēnā koutou katoa, huri no i te whare, atamari e tātou katoa. Ki te tai tamawahi no i te tai takarau, te whānau karahiti o Rewati, Ngāti Kūtapa te Kēha, Ngātiwai whānui me te hemana o Ngātiwai atamari e koutou katoa. Ko Ms. Wilson tōku ingoa, atamari e matua Rob, whaia Bella. With your permission, I'm just going to ask you some questions, if that's okay, Mrs. Thompson. Just if I could take you to paragraph 12 of your brief of evidence, B021, please. And in that kōrero you spoke, you mentioned Moanarua, one of your customary fishing sites. Whaiabella, you also have spoken at paragraph 12 about sites of significance, Urupa and Yorohe. Could we hear a little bit more about that, please, Wha?
Okay. If I start in Te Rāwhiti and work through, we have many places of significance and many urupa along the coastline that are very special to us. If we start at Te Araka, and my matua is here today, that is of great significance, and Oporua is one of our wahitapu in Hawaii. And then as we traverse on through what they're called now, we call it, it's not Oki Bay, it's Oporua, yes, Oporua Bay. You see, that's another thing. The translation's gone from Oporua to Okibe, because everybody couldn't say Oporua, I think. But there's a kōrero to that. Come to that. Yes, and our matua can. Tangoa. And so we go there, and then we go across to whakahunamia. That is important to us as a whānau and our hapu, because one of the things that I know for sure is that my brother, Hare, behind me, 67 years now, he was born there. And so our dad, he was a minister, he was a fisherman, he was a midwife or he birthing person. He delivered all his children. I think maybe one had to go to Whangarei. So he did all that. He was our rongo man. He did everything. And so, you know, he christened not only our whānau, but other whānau. And so that is a place of significance because of our brother's whenua being buried there. And we know where it is. And that particular tree is of great significance to us because it is more than just a rākau. And then as we traverse on down the coast, there are places like that all the way down. We get to Te Ako. I was there when my mother was hapu and Dad was out fishing, and I saw him building the wood on the beach. And I looked and I thought, oh, okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. But then he said, when Mum tells you you light the fire, and I said, okay. And it was getting dark and he went to fish. And Mum was in a tent on her own and with me. I was 9 years old. And she called out, and she has a voice. When she says, come, you run. And this voice came, and I ran. And I said, yes, Mum. She said, light the fire. So I lit it, and I blew on it, and I got it going. It was dark. It was pitch black. And I could hear in the distance the seagull outboard motor, because that's all we had, and a clinker boat. And I heard it, and he finally arrived. When he arrived, he went in and he delivered my sister. She's here today. You're too, my rangi. You're too. Tana ingoa ko rangi ehua te puia refa married Hemara. Now that name connects us to that tupuna, rangi ehua te puia. And that was given to her by our nanny Minnie from Te Kau. And that's the whakapapa. And this is why these places hold those significance to us. I have written a short story about that, but I haven't published it. So we go on down from Taupiri round to Tuparihuia. On the foreshore below our pā is Whakatūria pā. We have Te Paihere. Now, Ngāti Wai can talk about that for us, but our tūpunas are buried there. And then it's in the vicinity of Moana Rua. Then we go around the peninsula from Land Bay, Te Ako, into Whangaruru Harbour. We have a wood reserve, we have this is in the dock estate. We know it's there. I know it's been gazetted and registered in 1930. You see, those places hold great importance to us. There is a wahi tapu there too. So we traverse up the harbour, or paddle our waka, and we get to Oteaka. Now my tūpuna Mohi and my great-great-great-grandmother Huka, Heta Te Kaupata, are buried at Tūparehuia Marae. So the whole coastline is full of our tūpunas. You know, it's very important.
Tēnā koe whae.
I just want to add, for the sake of, just to add some flavour to that, we have all of our sites of significance, our urupas are all marked. So, you know, we can lay it all out and you can see where all the sites are. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe matua, that actually brings me to my second question to both yourself and Whaia. With Ngāti Wai, we're just exploring under section 79 of the MACA. It says that you can do a wāhi tapu under the MACA, but it must all be clearly mapped, gazetted, etc., etc., etc. So with regards to the rewati rewha whānau, you guys are kapai, you're okay with that, or in terms of the mapping, gazetting, on broad public notice type thing?
You know, there are some gazetting and through the Māori Land Court records that those are noted and registered and acknowledged, but there are some that are not too. But that's the knowledge we have. But we're happy to engage if we need to.
Ka pai, thank you, Whaia. Just if I may now, moving on to Matua Robert, Mr. Willoughby, I was very excited in your brief of evidence B59, which was with Mr. Williams and Ms. Davis this morning. You said you're a Resource Management Local Government Hearings Commissioner, sir. Is that correct, in paragraph 5?
Okay, yes it is, but my licence is expired. And the point is though, it was, like from our point of view as a hapu, we needed, because of the resource consents that we got in, we needed to understand the RMA Act. And I think it's something that's really important even today, where we're handling all of these consents and we need trained minds and to be able to put the right sort of perspective on these consents. It's not about saying no to everything, but there are haves, there's gives and that are not negotiable, and then there's things that we can talk about that can fit the application. I mean, for example, I had a simple application just recently, which I gave approval to, and one of the conditions I put on there was the name of this place is Cobbler's Point. That is not the name, the original name. And the applicant said to me, oh, that's because we found an old boot, so we called it Cobbler's Point. I said, its real name is Te Honawai. And what that means is the joining of waters. So in order to give the consent, I'm going to make this one of the conditions, that you rename this place. Well, fortunately, he thought that was great, and he's approved it. But it just gives you an idea of how we can lose sight of some of the wāhi tapu areas and the special areas that are significant to us as Māori, the names of a lot of our places. So anyway, that was just one small example, but I don't even know if that's part of the rules, but anyway, I did it anyway. The point is, it's about capacity building and getting our people to understand the do's and don'ts about navigating the Resource Management Act. And I think it's an ongoing thing, and I think councils have an obligation really to put some of that $200,000 behind training and educating and bringing our people up to speed on those sort of things.
Tēnā koe matua. That brings me to my third question. With regards to Ngāti Wai, we are very fearful that the face of the takutai moana is being changed forever by resource consents. The exhibits B1 to B5, those massive lists which you handed out to everyone, koina te koro ai marungi o tātou whenua, they are laying over our whenua. And what we're concerned in the takutai moana especially is that those resource consents under the MACA section 64 are accommodated activities, which means the MACA allows that to continue. And so if Ngāti Wai or anyone else in the room was to get a customary marine title, they would have no say in those resource consents because they're already a korowai over the takutai moana, and with a customary marine title you can't challenge them and they can be renewed. So Matua, I would welcome your whakaaro about that, as that korowai is laying over and the MACA does not allow us to challenge it.
Well, maybe we've got to change the rules in the Act. But, I mean, you're right, and, you know, I think the thing that worries us is it's a death by 1,000 cuts, you know, and we've got to manage this really carefully. I mean, you know, self-gratification is a, I don't know, it's a terminology that people seem to like to use, but we've also got to consider the impact and effect on others, and also our environment where we live. I mean, people come to live in up north here, and particularly in Ngāti Wai along that coastline, up into the Bay of Islands, because of the environment. But if you keep cutting it back, you know, it's not going to be the same. So, you know, we have to find other ways to take care of this. I mean, I agree with you, and change the Act would be one start. And I think, you know, when you talk about the Act itself, and maybe there's a conversation that's got to be had about customary law and statute law coming together and try and bring this out, rather than using terminology in sort of discrete places of the Act. You know, I'd like to really see the essence of what customary law really is embodied in the Act.
Tēnā koe matua. Just moving on to paragraph 78 of your brief B21, and that's the kōrero that you had about the co-management, and Mr. Hockley stole one of my questions earlier because he talked about your engagement with the Far North District Council plan.
Yeah.
And Mr. Hockley asked the question about, did the Marine and Coastal Area Act come up in that kōrero with those local government authorities?
No, not to my knowledge.
What about in the Northland Regional Plan, which covers the air, the water, the land, which is going ahead now? Has there been any kōrero with the Regional Council and yourselves at either the whānau trust level or at your hapu trust level about the MACA, about your applications, your future interests?
No, not about the MACA specifically, but we are engaged in a submission to the coastal plan there, and these are the sort of things that we'll bring into play. I mean, because we're just getting our basically getting our act together, you know, by submitting to the coastal plan. We've never done it before. It's become so critical for us to protect what we have that we decided we have to do this. And so we're in that process now.
Kia ora. Yeah. And a final question, if I may, Matua. With regards to the big data sets you handed out and a calculation on the back of Mr. Henderson's envelope, we worked out probably about $1 million has been paid to the Regional Council in terms of fees, etc. Have the Rewati Refa whānau or Patukeha, Ngāti Kuta seen any of that come back to you? Any of those fees or education or tautoko or...
No, they sent me down to Wellington, so they paid for my airfares and 5 days of tutoring to get my commissioner's ticket, and that's it. That's all. So it was, to me, it was the right thing to do, but it's not enough.
Kia ora. Thank you, Matua. I'll just turn to my team and see if I have missed anything. Okay, ka pai. Okay, that concludes my questions, whānau. Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Melvin.
Thank you, sir. Tēnā kōrua.
Kia ora.
Again, as with Mr. Willoughby's earlier brief of evidence, there are a number of points that the Crown will address through its legal submissions, but there are some matters I'd like to raise. The first is a question of clarification, and it's around paragraphs 37 to 39, where you're talking about the applications that have been made. So, am I right in understanding that the application being referred to in paragraph 37 is an application by the Refa and Rewati whānau?
Yes, correct.
as is the application being referred to in paragraph 38.
Yes.
So the whānau have made an application for Crown engagement and an application for to the High Court. And are both for customary marine title and for
Yes.
protected customary rights.
Yes.
And how do these two whānau applications relate to the Ngāti Kuta and Pakukeha application?
They relate through our whakapapa.
Do they cover the same takatai moana?
As my cousin here alluded to earlier, the Ngāti Kuta takutai moana comes to Taupiri, or Te Ako, as I know it. And the rewa, we're there in Rāwhiti, as the rewa, Rewiti whānau, but we also have whakapapa in the rohe o Ngāti Wai, through our tūpuna Rewiti. So, when you ask about the coverage there, it is through our whakapapa. That's our rohe moana. It doesn't have a line distinctly saying that you only go this far. Does that answer the question?
What I'm trying to gauge is whether they overlap with each other.
There's no overlap in our language, in our tikanga. I think this is the problem that we've experienced right through from the time that I started to inform myself about the application. I think we need to wānanga so we can help you to understand. Ina rangi Māori manaki tanga way, because that's how we are. We don't overlap. Our whakapapa is there and it's down here at Ngāti Wai. So in our case, there's no overlaps.
I'll just add to that. The two whānau, Refa and Rewiti, are intermarried. The Rewitis live down in Whangaruru and the Refas live up in Rāwhiti. But we're the same family. We just live in two different places. And in terms of your question about the overlapping, there is no overlap because they're quite separate areas. Yeah, distinctly separate.
I just want to add to that. We have whenua abutting the foreshore in Te Rāwhiti, the Refa whānau, and the same in Ngāti Wai, the Rewiti whānau. So, you know, we live on the foreshore. And so we don't have distinct lines that define where we are. It's our whakapapa that does that.
There's marriages.
When you submitted the whānau applications, did you do that with the help of legal counsel?
In the end, yes. Initially, we had whānau meetings, and of course it was well above us, and we did engage counsel. In the beginning, and I rang him, Councillor Hockley, I said to him, we got no money, because at that time we had no money. And I was, but it was what it was at that time. We didn't get any help from Te Arawhiti around the funding. We had to go out and look for those, the information and attend a meeting in Whangarei where they came to inform us about the process. And even then, they didn't have a policy fully developed for that. A funding policy, because we asked for that. What is the policy that will guide us?
Yes, and funding.
To help us.
Funding was made available for you.
Eventually.
You've obtained funding.
Yes, eventually.
And am I right that you are able to, because I heard in your kōrero, Ms. Thompson, that you had some difficulties understanding aspects of the legislation, but do you agree that your lawyer plays an important role in helping you to understand and navigate your way through the legislation?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Moving to paragraph 51 and 52. At paragraph 51, you've listed a number of words or expressions, and you say at 52 that you only see a reference in the Act to one of those words or expressions, and that's manaakitanga. Mm-hmm. But it's correct, isn't it, that the Act refers to kaitiakitanga and also to tikanga?
It does mention them, but it is not in the context or understanding that we have.
Well,
it mentions that it's written, but that's it.
Well, tikanga, for example, is a key aspect of the test for protected customary rights and a key aspect of the test for customary marine title. Is that your understanding?
Well, it depends on who's interpreting it. You see, you have yours, I have mine. And that's why I refer back to Te Reo as a document for us. Thank you.
Well, section 51 of the Act, which relates to protected customary rights, says that such a right is one that has been exercised since 1840 and continues to be exercised in a particular part of the common marine and coastal area in accordance with tikanga.
You know, I think I have expressed in my submissions that I found the Act. Just can't find the words, the section here. But I actually refer to it in a part somewhere here, Council, where I say how I found it. And that would be my answer. Can you help me find it? Well, just off the top of my head, I called it an abhorrent act. That's how I felt about it.
The question I'm putting to you, Ms. Thompson, is that where you've said at paragraph 51 that the Act doesn't refer to any of those concepts other than manaakitanga is actually not correct, is it?
I disagree. Like I said, it's the interpretation and the intent of the writer without consultation with us as whānau hapu, which the Crown has an obligation to under Te Tiriti.
Do you wish to add to that, Ms. Tullaby?
I'm guided by my cousin. But I mean, interpretation, like tikanga, I mean, you can look at it, I mean, for me, it's about doing things right. And so that's my interpretation of tikanga, doing things right.
What is your reaction to the definition given to tikanga in the Act, which is that it means Māori customary values and practices?
I don't know. I need to study the interpretation of that clause in the Act. But I mean, for me, it's just about doing things right. And I mean, you know, and I think you've got to read it in the context of the legislation. You've
expressed some strident criticism of the statutory deadline in the Act. However, would you accept that if the Act did not have a statutory deadline, there would have been substantial uncertainty for applicants, because at any point in the future a group could seek to make an application under the statute?
Yeah, I think for the purposes of getting a reaction, I mean, it worked. But the point is, I get your point about just having an open-ended timeline, and you do want to bring things to some sort of resolution in this, and hopefully these hearings are going to give you a bit of a steer about how to shape the Act or reshape it or replace it with something, I don't know, but I tend to agree. I mean, I think it needs to be, it was an Act that wasn't really understood fully, and therefore it took a while for hapu, and I know in our case a while to get ourselves up to speed. It wasn't until we started to understand the interpretation of both of the Acts that we felt that we needed to engage in it, and so hence we did that. And we did it at a time when it was also about resourcing too. I mean, to write all of this stuff up, it isn't just lawyers. I mean, we had to put the base data together in order to get it right. And so that meant there was a lot of, getting people together, talking about it, bringing everyone on board to sort of carry through the commitment to making the application.
So can I take it from your answer that in principle you don't disagree with the deadline, but a longer period of time
Yes.
would have been preferable?
Yes.
Thank you.
You know what? Yeah, no, I agree with that. But but the Act is almost like a living sort of a thing, isn't it? Isn't it something that evolves and gets massaged over time, or is that such a complex sort of a process that we couldn't consider? Or if there are sort of influential acts like the Resource Management Act that would play a part in the way in which the Act is shaped. I don't know, but I mean, it seems to me that there's a lot of sort of parts of the jigsaw out there that need to be harmonised. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Lastly, a question in relation to the spreadsheets that have been produced this morning. And these are spreadsheets of resource consents issued by Northland Regional Council from the years 2014 to 2019, as I understand it. And at the bottom of each page, there's a tally of the number of applications.
Yep.
So, for example, as you indicated in an answer to an earlier question, on the first page, it provides a total of 231 applications. But that's not a tally of the applications that were granted, is it? In that
No.
There is most of the applications were granted, but some were deemed incomplete or declined.
Correct.
Tēnā kōrua, thank you very much for your answers to my questions.
Tēnā kōrua, just a few questions if I can, and whilst we're on those spreadsheets, I just quickly looked at the total fees received in each year and noticed that in 2019 the fees seem to be about double what they were in the preceding 4 years. One of those related to a major $300,000 related to the dredging of Whangarei Harbour. That, to me, is indicative of the cost to the council of trying to understand and cope with the complexities of the reports that would have gone in relation to that application and trying to deal with the hearing process. Were you involved in that hearing process at all?
Sir, I'd like, with leave, I'd like to answer that. I understand that Ngāti Wai, who are here today, may have been involved with that. The Rewharewiti whānau deal with applications mainly within our rohe, around our whenua. But the wider rohe, that goes down towards Takahiwai. And our Ngāti Wai chair, Aparama, is here today. And if you want more information, he will probably be able to help you, sir.
So just to answer your question though, yes, the council do have costs that they do incur. So, and I guess that's reflected on the fees that they charge. But at the same time, we also incur costs in dealing with some of the consents as well.
Yes, and that's the point you're making to us, that there's this significant cost recovery available to the council, but no significant cost funding available to you to try and understand the same sorts of issues.
Correct.
And just on that issue of cost, there's been a bit of flippancy about you qualifying as a commissioner, but I do congratulate you on navigating your way through that, and it's good to hear you say that the Northland Regional Council funded you on that. But it's not an easy process, because my understanding, and I can't recall the last figure, but it's I think about $1,800 for just to even apply to sit the test as a commissioner. Is that about right?
Yeah, it's about right, because we had a couple of lawyers there teaching us how to interpret the act.
Yes.
But yeah, but I mean, to me, it's things that we have to do, you know, so that we can. There's some equilibrium in delivering a just consent.
Yeah, no, thank you both very much.
Tēnā kōrua. For fear that my colleagues might say I'm going to steal their thunder, I don't actually have any questions, but I did want to acknowledge you both for your brief. It was very helpful, and the dialogue you've been having with members. Tēnā kōrua.
Sorry, just there was one thing, not to you as witnesses, but to your counsel. Could you make available to the tribunal the Gazette notice that's been referred to in relation to Moturua Island, was it? I think, yes.
Motunui? Mohunui. I have it in my email inbox this morning, sir, so that'll be very easy to do.
Thank you.
Oh, tēnā kōrua. Kia ora. Mrs. Thompson, I was interested in your statement about the Act being in the reo Māori. Were you talking about translating the present Act, or were you talking about initiating a whole new Act in the reo Māori?
A whole new one. That way, it is inclusive of everyone who spoke over the last few days and maybe later, and the next day, so that it reflects our Ngāpuhi reo, our Ngāti Waitanga, you know. So, yeah, a whole new one.
And I was just shuddering at the thought of how thick that would be.
Well,
yes,
my mum always said, what will be, will be. It's what will be.
and reflecting on the evidence of Waihoroi Shortland the other day about the use of reo Māori and the words, some of the words that, I've heard them all today, kaichakitanga, manakitanga, rangatiratanga, and ahika. And I don't know whether we've heard the statement from Professor Pau Temara about ahika and ahikaroa. Have you heard that statement, which said that the hapu, if they were going to move to another area, buried the embers of their fire, and if they were away quite a while, they came back to that place and dug up the embers and they were still glowing. And I can relate to that because we cut down some pine trees near one of our marae, and while it was still burning, and when the embers were left, we buried that. And the result, 2 years later, the wind blew through the holes in the bank and burnt our wharekai down. The good news, or the bad news was it burnt the wharekai down. The good news is we got a new wharekai. But I was just reflecting on that ahikaroa because you know, ahika, it takes a long time to light it. Well, before the coming of matches and lighters, it took a long time to light a fire, so you had to keep it going. And ahikaroa was the indication of how long you occupied an area. And I was trying to relate it to Mr. Willoughby's statement this morning about ahikaroa over the moana, and trying to work out how you can ignite the moana. But those sorts of statements from Waihoroi, and I think it's a recommendation worth following, that some of these acts should include a lot of reo Māori. But I'd hate to see the result.
So
Kia ora.
I just wanted to add that maybe Rotorua's got it right, the ahikaroa theme of bubbling waters. But you're quite right, and you're actually raising a good point here with ahikaroa, because a lot of our kids have left the area, gone down to Auckland and different parts of the world, some of them, and learnt a trade, but we're still home keeping those fires burning. And they will eventually come back. And I always remember my grandmother, she couldn't speak English, but she used to come down and see me when I went to Auckland to go to college. She'd come down, so I'd go off to school and make sure I had my lunch. But she would only last down there for 2 weeks, and then she had to come home. And I could never work out why it was that she wanted to go back home to, And then it wasn't until I went to university and I learnt that she was waiting for us kids to come back, and she didn't want to stay away from the land too long in case she lost it. So that was her way of keeping those home fires burning. And that she was encouraging us who were down there to go to school to learn and then come back and take our place. Kia ora.
Kia ora, and thank you very much for that. Kia ora.
Tēnā korua. I only have some brief questions for you around the last 3 paragraphs of your brief. So just starting at paragraph 112.
Oh, yeah.
And you're talking there about the timeframes for Crown engagement, and in particular that's not going to occur in the north until 2035. But then at paragraph 114 you say that the Crown is engaging with the Paremata Moko Trust and another group. So when you say they're engaging with them, are they going through the Crown engagement MACA process with those groups?
Aye. You see, we have a very unique situation here as Ngāti Wai. We do connect and talk through because of our whakapapa. And this whenua here, as you see, or if it's not, it's in a Ahu Whenua Trust. And my children, through their father's whakapapa, are in that whenua there. So our nephew, my husband's nephew, is the chairman, and he attends our meetings with Ngāti Wai, that Ngāti Wai called for us to come together and have these conversations about how we can come together, how we can support each other. And at one of our meetings, this nephew of ours spoke. We had no idea there was a Crown engagement in Ngāti Wai. But in fact, there was two, not one. And Ngāti Wai are here today, they can confirm that or tell me I'm wrong. But my understanding was that there were two, because the map was put up and we can see two Crown engagements in the Ngāti Wai Rohe. Now, we also were privy to the draft document that was submitted to the Crown for that engagement, and it was in a final draft form. So we were very interested in that document, and we read it. We all got a copy and read it through. So looking at that, we're still talking about that, you know, application and where it is with all these others, in particular our one, and Ngāti Wai ki whangaruru applicants, because that part of the whenua at Mokau, Carmen Hetaraka's end of it, you know, it's very important to our whānau at that end, to the Hetaraka whānau, the Luluai whānau, and Maile George whānau, all those whānaus on that side of the harbour. We are talking to each other. We're not sure where they've got to, but it was a final draft document that he shared with us as our Ngāti Wai whānau.
Mr. Crosby was just raising if you have a copy of that document, and if so, whether you may be able to provide a copy to us.
I will. Thank you.
Now, you've named one of the groups in paragraph 114 as the Paremata Moko Trust. Who's the other group? You've just referred to one other.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I can provide that for you.
Okay. And you've also said that there has been some discussion with your whanaunga in relation to these,
yes,
the Crown engagement on those applications. Has the Crown sought to involve your claimant group, the Rewa Te Rewa Whānau, or the Waira Ngāti Wai claimant group, in terms of what is occurring with the Crown engagement there?
No, sir. We have actively through our council written to the Te Arawhiti to inquire of where we might be within that Crown process. We understand that there's nothing happening until that date, possibly that's there. But if that is engaged in the Crown with Paremata Mokau A13 Ahu Whenua Trust, that affects our other applications too. So we are very interested to see where the Crown and why they chose to engage with the Ahu Whenua Trust. Yeah, it's kind of intriguing, I suppose, because for Whangaruru, we acknowledge our trusts, and we are the trust, various trusts, but, you know, we first hold our whakapapa and our whenua along that Rohe Moana, you know, very close through that whakapapa connection.
You just mentioned that your council contacted the Crown to raise this. Did you receive any response, or are you still awaiting a response?
Yes, we did, and it's noted, and we can provide that for you.
Ka pai. Thank you very much. Those were the only questions I had, but thank you both for your evidence. Tēnā korua.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Sir, it's Mr. Melvin here. My instructions are that there is no formal Crown engagement with those applicants. There were some earlier discussions, as I understand it, but they did not lead to any decision to formally engage. If Your Honour would like the Crown to provide something in writing on that, then happy to do so.
That would be helpful, Mr. Melvin. Obviously, if the Crown was engaging, that would be something that would be of interest to us, and in particular how that was going to work, given that we haven't had a clear steer on that yet. But to the extent you can provide that confirmation, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Kua oti, Sir, and we're at the break.
Thank you, Mr. Hockley. Well, that leads us to the lunch break, which has been scheduled slightly earlier in the timetable today. So we will adjourn and we'll reconvene at 1:40. Kia ora koutou.
At this rate, doing up the house might take a while. At this rate, pay it off a little easier. Search ANZ Home Loans.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the land, New Zealanders young and old were out lending a hand. This year, let's remember our neighbours in need.
Donate at anchor.co.nz. Maybe you've been going through a breakup. For you, YouTube Music Premium has offline mode, so you can disconnect from social media but keep blasting your heartbreak playlist. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium, uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free. Music can help you find that song from last night, the one that goes.
Somebody listens to the radio, baby.
Use Smart Search to find songs with just a few lyrics. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium, uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free. Maybe you've been going through a breakup. For you, YouTube Music Premium has offline mode, so you can disconnect from social media but keep blasting your heartbreak playlist. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium, uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free.
$0.67.
Sorry.
58 cents. $2.58. Save every time you spend with Save the Change. ASB, helping you get one step ahead.
Looking for a new home or to invest? Renovate or refinance? Whatever you're looking to do, this great rate could be well worth switching for to Bank of New Zealand.
Tēnā koutou. We will now reconvene our hearing. Mr. Kahukiwa.
E te timatanga o tēnei kōro, e timata mai te kaupapa nui i te kaihanga, a te kaumārua. Mai te kaumārua ko te hanga o ngā whare, pūturu ma te tangata. Anei te waka tuatahi o te waiariki, ko te uruao, kia tau ana ki te kaumārua, ki te taha io, ma te kore. Ka eke mai ra, ki ngā toia ngā rangi, e waru, ki ngā waka tuarua, ko te rapa hoi. Ka eke, ki ngā toia ngā rangi e toru, ki ngā waka a tamarere ti. A ka heke ki te matariki, ka heke ki papa tuanuku. Ara, ka timata mai ngā uri a Māori, kia tiki āhua. Mea e puta mai nā tangata katoa o te ao Māori. O era ti hei wa Māori ora. Te hei wini wini, te hei wana wana. Te hei ngā tū. O tēnei o tātou mātua tupuna. Ia humai hokianga. Ko te rangi tau awaro. Ko ea te putake tanga o tēnei iwi kia nei, o te wai āriki nui o te rangi. E ngā hapu, e ngā mana, e ngā lauranga tira, e ngā uri o ngā mātua tupuna. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou. A tēnā a tātou katoa. A tēnei ngā mihi, kia mihi a ki ngā katoa, o ngā kaitiaki, o tēnei o tātou nei uri, o ngā hapu katoa, a ngā puhi nui tonu. Nō lera tēnā ngā tātou. Ana ka tau mai te rānei, ki te haka tau i ngā tātou kōrero ki wainganui a tātou. Nā reira i mihi aroha. Kia rātou, ko wehatu ki te pō. Kia rātou, kia hi koi wele, kia wainganui a tātou. Te tindi, te maha, e ngā mate. O reira haere, haere, haere atu rā. Tēnei te mihi te aroha. A kia koutou katoa, e pāna ki tēnei a tātou nei koro. I te timatanga o te hakaputanga. Mai te tātou kaihanga, tai hoki kia matau, e tūnei i muia koutou. Rara mi atu kia koutou, te tēpū, e te tai pūnora, i ngā koutou e te rangatira, he rongo kia tātou nei kōrero, a te rānei, me te wiki pahuri. Rara mi atu, me koutou hoki, a koutou ngā roia, ki ngā mahi puki ngā. Mena, e hore kau e rautaki ea anga mahi o tō mahi, e kore taki a mātou ki te tū, i te kōra ki a koutou te rāne. Nō e kānui te mihi. Mea koutou hoki nā kaimahi, mea ngai tāua te i roto i te āhuatanga o ngā whanaunga, taino ki te mona nui ākiwa. Nā leira, tēnei nā mihi. E mihi tūturu ki ngā whānui o te ao Māori. E roa ata wā. E a tātou, kia kōtahi ai, nā whakaro e pāna ki te mona nui a kiwa. Ana e nā mātua tupuna, i ahu mai, Hawaii nui. Hawaii roa, Hawaii pāmamau. Ana i te koro, tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou. Kia ora hui mai tātou. Mana ka huri au ki te reo pehikete ma te wāpoto. Mana he koro e pāna ki tō tātou ropu kaimahi ma te waiariki. Just before we started, I'd just like to acknowledge some people that are meant to be here today. But because te a mauiwi, ahau is to fill in just for a little while so our lawyer can finish our day. We started this road some 20 some years ago. We had our kaumata ropu consisting of 46 at that time. We have one left. And te aroa to my whānau for walking this distance and coming here today to kotahi with all the rest of our whānau, our hapu whānau. Mana hore kau e iwi, e hapu whānau. So in that respect, for all those that have gone on, they're dearly loved by our people. They've been in these hearings since we began, and now many are missing. We hope to be here to finish it. And when I say finish, it may be a new beginning. Not the ending of anything else, but a new beginning of things coming in the future. This is our hope. Hea tumonako mo mata. So now, without any more ado, a man will present his case and we will tautoko. Mana kia ora anō tātou. O te aua tupuna, ko te aua honu, ko te aua e rere a kuroi matai, ko te aua nunguru, he aua honu, he aua i rere a kuroi matai. Ko te aua hora hora, ko te aua tonu, he aua i rere Ana reira, ki ora koutou, a mā koutou e hakarongo mai a tātou nei kōro tāwhitua. No reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. A tēnā a tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Tigei mauri ora, tuatahi taku mihi ki te whare o tūmātauenga, te nākoe, a ki te whare o porowini, te nākoe o tira tina kōrua, a ki te taumata, tēnā koutou, a ki a Ngāti Hine, tēnā koutou katoa. May it please the Tribunal, Council Kahukiwa and Harper Hinton. And this is the Te Wairiki Ngāti Kororā, Ngāti Te Takapari claim Y2773. There's been a number of documents filed in relation to this case. There's the brief of evidence of Mr. Pereri Mahanga, which is B45. That's the 10th of August 2020. There's the opening submissions, which were originally filed last week. That document is 3.3.93. It somehow missed the quality control check, and overnight we noticed some typographical errors. So we seek leave, Your Honour, to file an amended opening submission, just correcting those typos. There's no change to the argument or the case. My learned junior, Ms. Harper Hinton, attended to that matter last night. We've brought along the requisite 10 or whatever hard copies. If Your Honour pleases, we could make those available to the registrar. While that's taking place, Your Honour, the other document, of course, is this case, a statement of claim, which is the 4th of July of 2018. Earlier this year, in July, we sought to amend that statement of claim and sought leave to do so. I just raised that. Understand that Your Honour is probably still dealing with that matter, but in terms of the documents that have been filed in support or in relation to this case, so far those are the documents. Turning back to the brief of evidence of Mr. Pereri Mahanga, who is the main witness in support of this case, regretfully he can't be here today. And again, my learned junior, Ms. Harper Hinton, filed a memorandum just explaining his absence, and he sends his sincerest apologies to the tribunal. No one sought to cross-examine Mr. Mahanga. The tribunal did, of course, say very early on this inquiry that the panel reserves the right to put questions to each and every witness. If it pleases this tribunal, if there are questions that any of the panel have of Mr. Mahanga, I can try and assist in the first instance, but if the questions go beyond the brief, then it may be one of those instances where those questions could be put in writing, and Mr. Mahanga can attend to them in a reasonable time, Your Honour. The brief itself looks fairly impressive, looks fairly hefty, but But in trying to capture the history, the presence and the future of these hapu, this doesn't really do it justice. But if I could just suggest to the panel that, notwithstanding that Mr. Mahanga's not here, he certainly stands by his evidence, and there was just a couple of things that places in his brief that I would like to point out. One of those is in the exhibits, of which there are 7, and exhibit at the last part of exhibit number 5, there's a presentation of what's entitled as Te Wairiki Ngāti Korora Ngāti Takapari Rohe Maps. And panel members, this is some maps, some evidence that was prepared by our client Hapu in stage 2 of the Y1040 inquiry, and it would be very useful, I submit, for you to consider these maps, because what they do is it shows the rohe, in English terms, the estate of this hapu, from when it was intact to when it was then subjected to a whole bunch of alienations. And it's quite sobering when you, in picture form, picture paints 1,000 words, you can just see those pictures and the incremental impact of those land alienations, mainly at the beginning by the Crown, and through to the period of 2000. So I just highlight that for you to consider, because the context of this hapu, of course, is that while we're talking about land covered by seawater, let's not forget that the dry land also is really relevant to what's happening in this coastal marine area. So that's the first thing I'll point out to you. And then just before that, Your Honour did raise with Mr. Keatley Hopkins yesterday, whose case is from the Ngunguru Marae, and I was sitting in the back, and Your Honour was asking about hauturu, Ngāti Wai, and the relationship with Te Wairiki. There's a copy of a decision of, as he was then, Chief Judge Joe Williams, about a block of land at Pukahaka, which is a block near to Taihururu. And there is some discussion in there about the relationship between Te Wairiki and Ngāti Wai whakapapa. It may even cause Your Honour to perhaps look at the file in the court, because you seem to, Your Honour, seem to have an interest about that. But I thought that was useful just to draw to Your Honour's attention. So that's that first part of Exhibit 5, the middle part of Exhibit 5. It's PM9 for that bit. So those are two exhibits which I'd just like to draw to the panel's attention. At paragraph 6, as Mr. Mahanga says, Te Wairiki Ngāti Korora Ngāti Takapari has used and occupied the whenua making up the rohe of Te Wairiki Ngāti Korora Ngāti Takapari in accordance with tikanga, uninterrupted since before Pākehā arrived in Aotearoa. And then at this is paragraph 6 of his brief, the main part of his brief. Paragraph 7 then refers you to another map. There's lots of maps in this case, but very useful to pictorially represent whenua. At paragraph 11, Mr. Mahanga says, our mana came to encompass the 5 rivers, Ngunguru, Horohora, Pātaua, Kōwhaitai and Taiharuru that run into the Pacific Ocean. We still occupy adjacent or adjoining lands in those rivers where they run through our territory, still come within our mana. These are incredibly important areas for us in terms of sustaining our people physically and spiritually. The waiata in support of Mr. Mitai Praone Kawiti's whai kōrero before me spoke to those 5 rivers. Geographically, where there's confluence between the rivers and the sea, of course, is a very rich land area for kai and for all those sorts of things. So our client Hapu has 5 of those rivers into their moana. Paragraph 13, Mr. Mahanga says, our understanding of Te Tiriti is that the recognition and acknowledgement and indeed protection of our tino rangatiratanga means that for anything that affects our rights, we'll have to agree to it. This is fundamental to the treaty partnership. The Crown cannot unilaterally legislate for us. At paragraph 15, he says, in decisions that affect our rights, we must be at least equal. We must be able to participate freely and with equal standing to any Crown Minister. Our expectation of the Crown as our treaty partner is that we will be on an equal footing and have ability to make joint decisions where our rights are affected. Under Te Tiriti, Te Wairiki Ngāti Kororā, Ngāti Takapari, retain the mana over our people, lands and resources. At 16, at no time since 1840 has Te Wairiki Ngāti Kororā, Ngāti Takapari agreed to a variation of the agreement reached under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. He then, at paragraph 9, goes on to say, we continue to practice our tikanga within our territory. This includes the bestowing and removing of tapu to certain places at certain times. It also includes providing a pōwhiri to all manuhiri who choose to come and live in our territory. Paragraph 34, it is well known that Te Wairiki are a hapu born to the ocean and all sources of wai. The stories passed down by our tupuna only emphasise and exemplify the mana moana within Te Wairiki. Being people of the sea, the coast, the waterways and kaimoana are of extreme significance to us and is integral for our people to sustain themselves. So there's just a couple of highlights in that brief. What I would now like to do is just to briefly sketch out the nature of the case in terms of a legal framework. So this case advances 4 claims of prejudice against the Crown. So the first one is that the MACA Act has been imposed on them without their consent. And it is this case that the prejudice self-evidently arises from the unilateral imposition of the MACA Act on them. So unilateral imposition gives rise to the prejudice. And we contend that as the effect and purpose of the MACA Act is to regulate and standardise tino rangatiratanga and whenua, then consent is a prerequisite, and it's a prerequisite condition in virtue of te tiriti. And our case is that in the absence of consent, then something that the panel appears to have been grappling with other cases, this idea of how do you reconcile tikanga and common law, well, our case is it's not required. There's no consent. There's no need to try to reconcile the two. Second claim is that the MACA Act abrogates and diminishes tino rangatiratanga. And because what it does is it redefines their tino rangatiratanga. It says how they are to act and not act, what is enforceable and what is not. It characterises their tino rangatiratanga as a specific bundle of rights, and I quite like that phrase, which I support. That was a phrase that Tuko Law used in one of their submissions. The bundle of rights. That's essentially what the MACA Act is. Well, it's a bundle that's a lot smaller than what tino rangatiratanga contemplates. It will be submitted that perhaps a better, so talking about, for instance, the customary marine title test and this reconciliation between a tikanga standard and a common law standard, perhaps a better test might be to look at the extent to which control is exercised over this land, the word control. That seems to be more synergistic in my submission with tino rangatiratanga, and also seems to be entirely opposite with the nature of the land that this commission is inquiring into, the nature of the land being land with seawater on it. Quite how one can literally occupy land with 4 metres of seawater on it, it still baffles me, but this is one of the interesting issues that the Act raises. Our third claim is that the MACA Act diminishes the power of the hapu. These are the section, this is a specific complaint. Section 95 of the MACA Act, these are the recognition agreements. And what our case will say is that it basically puts all of the power in the hands of the Crown. The process and the yardstick for reaching those agreements is in our case will be it's concealed. And it's only known to the Crown. And it perhaps is a way of fortifying the proposition that the Crown is put into this powerful position. The Crown becomes the arbiter of fact as well as the distributor of rights under recognition agreements. And which will, if they get that far, will then, according to the MACA Act, be bestowed with the force of law. The fourth claim is that the MACA Act is the work of one person, the Attorney General. This case will say that the Attorney General's position in the High Court has been an unusual one. We've heard lots of claims already speak about that. But this case will go further and make submissions about. It also seems to be an unusual position that the Attorney General took in relation to developing the policy that underpins the MACA Act. This counsel was involved in the case that my learned friend Mr. Melvin referred to this morning, which was in the High Court, an interlocutory matter about the role of the Attorney General. I was involved. I did some research about the role of the Attorney General in the Westminster system. There's not a lot of literature on it, but it's a role that's it's a fairly recent role, and it was essentially established by convention, and over time it's morphed into what it is. The simple point for this case will be there doesn't appear to be in that Westminster set of precepts about this particular role the Attorney General having this leadership role on developing policy. His role tends to be, or hers, tends to be reviewing policy development by his colleague ministers for correctness against the law, I guess. That seems to be the sort of general. What the evidence in this case that the Crown has filed about the Attorney General, and it was Honourable Christopher Finlayson, he was given the lead on the policy development, and the evidence that's been filed so far by my learned friends shows that he was making judgment calls about the direction of the policy in the Act. So when we get to the point in this inquiry when we make legal submissions, I'd like to explore that that matter further to help the tribunal with that matter. Now, in terms of what Te Wairiki Ngāti Korora Ngāti Takapari seek, is that it's pretty simple at this stage, panel. They seek a determination that this claim is well-founded. That's really important, because what that, I submit, means is that you agree with the facts that they are putting up to you. And that's a really important remedy that this inquiry provides to our client Hapu. Does this Hapu then ask for, well, panel member Mr. Crosby asked yesterday, what's a replacement if we were to recommend the repeal of this enactment? What's a replacement? There has been some evidence that's been filed so far to do with the very good work that the Ministerial Review Panel undertook. Upshot of that evidence seems to be that where they got to in terms of trying to figure out where any of this lands is that we just need to have this longer conversation. And so at this stage, this case doesn't seek to provide this panel with a silver bullet, future-looking solution, but concentrates on what they're being affected by at the present. So those are the four claims. What I was going to do next was just quickly just quickly set out the scope or the framework of the legal submission to come. So the legal submission, of course, will rely on certain key facts being held to be true, that these hapu hold and exercise control, tino rangatiratanga, over the lands comprising their territory, their rohe, and some of that land is covered by seawater. and that holding and exercise by them is certain, has longevity, and is subject to an order and system of law that is coherent and cogent. Tikanga. It is, this case will submit it, it is the first law. None of that in terms of fact, putting aside the first law comment, but none of that in terms of fact appears to be disputed. And of course we have the second key fact is that the Te Tiriti itself, recording the solemn agreement between the Crown and Rangatira with the hapu, that their tino rangatiratanga over their lands, o rātou wenua, their settlements, kāinga, and their treasured possessions, taonga, would continue uninfringed and uninterfered with. These are words taken out of some Canadian cases, which, again, in closing submission, I would like to show the panel those, and this is the Dalgamukwa line of cases. So uninfringed and uninterfered with. The other key fact that this case will rely on is that 31 March 2011, the Crown assented to the MACA Act. And of course, because that Act purports to deal with the hapu's land that is covered by seawater, because and to the extent that the MACA Act purports to deal with the hapu's lands and their tino rangatiratanga, then, as I mentioned before, this case will say that any desired infringement or interference with that requires authority to do so. And that essentially means it requires consent. But this case says the consent hasn't been given, nor has it been obtained. And the Crown appears to take the stance in this MACA Act that it already has the authority. It's already acquired sovereignty. But in the MACA Act, that's not an express statement, and it's not prominent. It's my submission that it's a subtlety, it's an inference, it's a nuanced proposition. And at this stage, I just point to 3 examples of how that nuance is evidenced. The first one is that the year 1840, I think I've mentioned this to the panel before, but the year 1840, did you know, it appears 7 times, 1840, 7 times in the Act. And this, of course, is the year of Te Tiriti. It will be argued that the 1840 year has immediate significance for the framework that the MACA Act establishes. Critically, for instance, it is stated and thus chosen as the moment in time at which these hapu must prove their case from. So to obtain orders under the MACA Act, these hapu are compelled to prove their title, their rights, their interest as at 1840 and continuously thereafter. The stance of these hapu, however, does not hold that the year 1840 did anything to their tino rangatiratanga other than to affirm its continued existence. To be able to impose such a compulsion must mean that the year 1840 has a meaning, and we take it that the meaning implied is that from the point in time that the assumption of Crown sovereignty commenced as an introduced thing, that's what it means, or purports to mean. Our case will relatedly also show that kāwanatanga in itself is insufficient to authorise that compulsion. It's just not extensive enough in principle. So that's one example in the Act. A second one is when one looks at the test for CMT, Customary Marine Title, Section 58, subsection 1, paragraph B, subparagraph I of the Act. That's ostensibly, as I mentioned before, that is a test from the English common law, exclusive use and occupation. In my submission, which I'll again elaborate on at the right time, that as a constitutional law principle, the common law, if we're talking about a common law test, then at constitutional law, Westminster system, the common law can only come and exist in the territory of another if that other has ceded sovereignty to the Crown. The common law follows in that way. We have those interesting cases in the 19th century about whether naughty sailors can be criminally tried when pre-1840 and Crown officials saying, well, can we do that because we don't have, we're unable to set up our court there and apply the common law. That'll be another part of the submission. Yeah, I digress. The third part of the Act, which is evidence that there's this implied assumption of Crown assuming the sole sovereign position, is the Section 98 recognition agreements. Sorry, Section 95, I think it is. No, I've got that wrong, sorry. It's just the fact that the High Court is empowered to make the orders in relation to customary marine title. In my submission, what that does is it basically is an application of the doctrine of tenure. So the High Court, to enable the High Court to make these orders about titles, constitutional law, Westminster system, appears to start from the proposition that the Crown holds all radical title to the land, and so it empowers court in this instance, but it can empower others to effectively grant a title so from an imperium position, it empowers an agency, an institution from a dominion position to grant title. It needs a radical title to all of the land to be able to do that, and that is, as my submission will be, is known as the doctrine of tenure. But again, the doctrine of tenure relies on the simple fact that sovereignty was given up or ceded or acquired, and that's a key fact in all of this. So, if these key facts in relation to sovereignty, which is, in my submission, a really key matter for this inquiry, if there's an absence on the facts that sovereignty was ceded or acquired, then this case says, well, the logical consequence of that is really quite simple. So for one, no radical title can be assumed by the Crown. Two, the common law didn't displace the prevailing first law, and the doctrine of tenure as an incident of the common law just can't apply. The other logical consequence is that looking at the Act itself, and we're looking at the Act itself against the yardstick of Te Tiriti, not against the rules that put it in place, but Te Tiriti. That's what this Commission has as its legal yardstick, is Te Tiriti. Then the Act really struggles for legitimacy and validity against that Te Tiriti yardstick. It must mean ultimately that territory of my client Hapu and tino rangatiratanga, which of course includes self-determination, that's still intact. Just quickly on the Attorney, I was speaking about the Attorney General. I think those are the main points I wanted to draw to the panel's attention in terms of the legal framework. At this stage, at this point, is there any questions the panel has?
Kia ora, Mr. Kahukiwa. Similar to Mr. Hockley, I'm very interested in the submissions you're making, although I'll engage with those more fully in closing. But I do just have a question of clarification in relation to one of the claims that you have outlined concerning the Attorney General. Is that directed solely towards the former Attorney General, or does that include the current Attorney General, or are you talking about the office rather than the Minister who is fulfilling that particular role?
Yes, it is the office, but I think that when we look at the facts, we know who the officer was at the time. I think it's important in this particular process to be clear about that. I mean, at the end of the day, the office is a conceptual thing. It is directed, and there is a person in that office. So, Honourable Christopher Finlayson was certainly there in that office in the policy development of this MACA Act, and then in the initial phases of the applications that my clients, so not only this client Hapu, but all of our client Hapu made in the High Court for orders. So that initial, factually, this case doesn't really have any facts to add in terms of the present or the current Attorney General.
Thank you. That's helpful clarification. That was the only question I had, but thank you for your submission. Tēnā koe.
So, I think that is the end of opening for this particular case. We of course have another case immediately after. So. Okay, so that's my speaking part for this part of the presentation panel, and I'll just hand it over to my client Hapu to conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Ko tēnei waiata I te tō mai I te wā o te nuke haere o ngā haerenga I Wainganui ngā pahi o te paparahi o te raki. Te hononga o ngā hapu o te raki e hononga Ngāti hine hononga Ngāti manu hono ki te kaputai ki tai a Ngāti wai e hononga patukeha hono ki Ngāti kuta rere ngatahi te wai ariki Ngāti manaia e hono ngā te parawhau hono ki te uriroroi Ngāti kahu o torongare e o kutupuna e toto ki tau marere mimiti hokianga te awonga rangatira whangaroa e te repo o hikurangi tai atu ki kai para tai timu tai pari ki manga kahia e hocho te awa erere ki ahi pupurangi whangare te renga parawa popo whenua e karanga pari haka Manaia ki kauri, pataua ki mahurangi, tai haruru e. Hono ngā wairua, hono ngā kanohi kitea, whakaputanga maramatanga o ngā kōrero e. Ka kati te namu namu i te wharangi o te puka puka, he kone ka tahuri atu ai. Kei takahia e koutou, ngā papa pounamu, ao tātou tūpuna e takoto nei. Titiro atu ai ki ngā taumata teitei o te moana, nui aki wa e. Mau ano te rongo mau, tūtonu mana motu hake, whakaputanga te tiriti, rangatiratanga e. Whakaputanga te tiriti, rangatiratanga e. Ewe.
Kia ora tātou. Ia ira, ko te mutu ki atai ki ngā pū, ki ngā take, ki ngā wānanga, ki ngā taurianga ia, patua kurai, patua whāpatua, tutu ki ngā tai haru piki a ki ai au, ki runga nei ki te whare huka no Tangaroa, tēnā te kaupo. Tangaroa i āwhiti mai nei, nuku tai māraro oro te tukina hine tuahoang, pāre kua ue ki miana a hau ana i te whānau arata. Ko rata i matua tu nei ki piko i whiti. Whano hara mai te tōki. Haumi e hui e taiki e. Tūtau toko ana ngā mihi whariki hia nei ki roto i te whare ātua, ātuma tauenga. Ki ai o matua kore, ki a rātau a te ao kōwhatu. Mena ki tia mai tātou ko te tū mai i rungi i te kaupapa i tēneira. Kapa. E mau ngā rongo ki runga ki te matua te whenua. Te marae ki waho. Te whare ātua e tū nei. I te rongo ki ngā kōrero e pāniki i poroini. Anō hoki te kaupapara. Orotu i aia. Ke whai ngā tupare i ko nei, te mahiranga tira. I rungi ngā kotahita. Whakapiripiri ai, te pare matara. Wai maari ai mata. Te hara mai i rungi i tēnei, tō koutou marae. Nō reira me whakahōnore tia, ia kingi te heitia, pōtatou te whero te tuawhiti, e noho mai rai i rungi i te MACA. A tana whaia, te ariki te atairangi kāhu. Te torona tapu o na tūpuna mātua ngā rārangi king. Pai mariki ai. Pai mariki ai. Ka huri e iau ki te karakia i te timatanga o te hikoine. Nā hotu roa tēnā i te wā, ka kawe tōna waka ki rungi i te moana o manuka. Kia haere tonu ana, kia āta tiro e koutou, ngā rangatira o te traipuna, ngā tua wahine. Kia ki te koutou i te tike tanga, o ngā wāhi tapu, o ngā taonga, o ngā whakaro ao mātou tupu. Tēnā nohuki. I te tuatahi he wero tēnei ki te kāwanata. Mo te aha tēnā, mo te ki, kai a rātou te mana, mo te tahatiko o te moana. E whakaaro rereke tēnā kia maha. Tuarua kai a rātou te mana o te ōpapa, o ngā rawa. Kāre mātou i whakai, taua whakaaro o te kāwanatanga, mā ngā kōrero e kōrero tia nei, te hehea ki te whakamārama te hehai. Hehai tēnā i te tuatahi, ko wai rā pa. Kia ata tiro e mātou ki te kōpū o te whenua. He atua tēnā nā tata, te maha. E ki ana te kāwanatanga, pai ana mā rātou hei te hoko tēnā kia awe. Kai a rātou te mana whakahaere wa tā mātou whaia. Nei rā hoki. Ahua rereke tēnā kia mātou. Nāre, wara rā te moana o manuka, te whare o te atua rā kuara. Ko ripo kau ana ngā wai o waiuku. Ko te tūpana rā ko tamakai. Nāna i whakaingoa tia taua wāhi. Ko waiuku. Ia te tiro e mātou, te piripiri i tanga o ngā kupu o roto i tēnā, ko ngā wai, me ngā uku. I te tūtakitanga o rauatahi. E taonga anō tēnā ki a mātou tūpuna. Mai te whenua. Te uku o te whenua. Taonga anō tēnā kia mātou. He ha tēnā. He mea rā ki te horo i tinana. Pai te karakara i muara. Nā, tēnā te timatanga o tēnei hai. Mai waiuku. Ka haere tō tika ana mai i reira ki tahuna kaito. Ka huri eo ki tētehe atu karakia, hei ata whai e ngā kōrero. Mō ngā uaratanga, e ngā tikanga o mātou, ki te tahunatanga o te moana. Wena te kōrero, tātū tētu, tā kina ākia ki te tautara komutu kō kako. Pakatahi āke nā te tiki, wōtū te mahurangi ngā manukawe. Riri kirongo o poho taua. Kai tahuna tapu, riri nei whaimai. Ko te kōrero o roto i tēnā ngā kupu whakamutunga, ko tahuna tapu. Ka mōhia tia ai tā mātou tupuna. Te ahuatanga o wetehi o ngā wāhi tapu, he tapu tēnā. He aha tēnā, ko te tahuna. Kai whea te tahuna, kei raro i te wai. Ka haere tonu ana tēnei haere, ki te puaha o waiuku. Whakauru atu ana ki te moana o manuka. I te taha kātau, ko te tahuna pautawa tēnā. E wāhi rongo nui kia mātai, mo te mahi mātaitai i ngā tupa. Ka nuku atu mai te tahuna o pautawa, kia hiki, ko te marae ki reira, ko te whataapāpaka, i nāne, ko whātāpaka marae, e wāhi runga nui anō hoki ki reira, mo te hi pātiki. I atau i te haringa atu o tau tātou kingi ki te paukai kei reira, koe nā te kaireka kei reira. Kai whia ai mātou, te mahi ana, kei reira hoki, te tahuna hiki. Ka nuku atu mai reira ki te huia. Te whenua o hikurangi o Waitākere. I ngā wai kei reira. Ko te tahuna ko kei reira, ko te tau. ko ngā kaireka, kaireira ki a mātou, ko ngā kūtai. Ka whakaki e au i te waka e ngā kai o kutupuna mātua kia haere tonu ana. Kia mohi o ti ai e rātou, e hara tēnā, he mana i te kāwanatanga i tā mātou mātaitai kai moana ātangaroa. Kātahi. Ka mohi o te mānuka tanga hotu roa i mua i te whakawhitinga atu o te poa o mānuka. Ka kāraki atu ana ki ngā tupuna i reira. Ko kupe. Te hononga o mātou. Ki te nota nei. Te hokianga a kupe i reira. I whakapaukaraki au. Nāna te kōwhatu i te taha o te puaho o mānuka. E whakatongia i tōna hoi, ko te tokatapu o kupe tēnā. He toka tapu tēnā. Me whai whakaro anō me te miniti noihua mā e pane ki tērā. He kōwhatu, he toka, he taonga, he mea tapu, oroto i te moana kia mata. Ka huri te kanohi mai te puaho mānuka ki te whenua tapu, tāwhito rawa atu ko paora. Kai whea tērā whenua i nāne, ko ngaro mai te kaha o te haruru, o te tai, o te hau. Kore koe ki tēnei. I te wā o tōku tupuna, ka piki i ake te raina ki aia kia mohia ti ai. Kia hau nei, i tōku whaia, ko ngāne, ko kaihau min hina. Ko tōna matua, ko henare, ko papi. Ko henare kaihau, ko tōna, ko henare anō hoki, tuatahi, tai atu ki ahi pene. Ko ahi pene kaihau te tumu whakarai o Ngāti Teata i te wā o te pakanga. I te tau ko tahi mana warurau e toru ono tukau mātua. Nā, ko tāna kōrero, i kōrero tia mai, i wahi o tia mai mamata i te wā, e hupe te ana ia, e haere ana ki tērā puaha o mānuka, i te taho o tāna pāpa ko kaihau. He whenua māro ke i auawa. Te puaha o waikata, o manuka i nainei. He whenua māro ke. I reira hoki i ngā roto, whakakiki ai i ngā tuna, ngā pāreka-reka. He marakai i auawa mō ngā kumara, mō ngā taru. E mua i te tainga mai a te keha. Kei raro i te wai nei, kei a mātou tūpuna te mana tonu o taua whenua. Nā, ka huri ki te whenua, te konui ki te puaho o Waikato. Kei reira hoki i te mahi a te tira, oroto i te koti nui mātou i naene. Wera watu ane ki te kāwanatanga, maua mahi. Mahi tunu ana i te kamupene, i reira, i te whakaitanga o te kāwanatanga, hei te takahi a mātou tupuna mātua i roto i taua urupa tāwhito. Tēnei wā mihi ana ki arata. Toko toru i te wiki erua e pahuri ake nei, toko toru roto i a Ngāti Teata. E wehi atu. Mai a rātau, i ngā mate o tēnei mara. Mai te wā o te mate uruta. Te wai paunamu. Kai atu ki te rere ngapara. E tangihia, e mihia i tēnei wā. E takoto pai rawa tu rā e ringa i te ringa kaha o rātou i ngā atua. Ātu matau e ngā. Takoto pai rawa tu rā. Rātai. E mohi ana mātou te uaratanga o ngā mea i tāhai ai te kāwanatanga. E ki ana te ingoa pāka ko te ANC in tēnā. Mohi ana a mātou tūpuna te uaratanga o tēnā. He hai, ko te āhuatanga o te one, taua one, he one mangu tēnā. E rere ke ana ki te one teatea. Ko te one mangu, o rite ki ngā one mai taranaki, i ngā tai o rehua. Tai atu ki te moana o Manuka. Āhua rere ke ki tērā taha te taitama wahi. Te ātahuatanga i tērā taha. Ko te uara, kia tonu te one tiatea i te kaha o te rā, kia whakatere te kākono, te pua waitanga o ngā kumara, o ngā taro. Ngā tēna, te tohu, ka whakatupu ai ā mātou tupuna he mare kai reira. I te whenua tāwhito ko pāora e tēnā. Anō hoki, tētehe atu mea, tika ngā mātai. Kei reira, orotu i taua mea, he one mangu, he one pai, kia noho a mātou tupuna mātua. Koe nā te tau, kei reira i naine. Nā. I mua i te haerenga ki rote i te awa tapua waika. Ko karanga atu ana tēnei ki tā mātou taniwha tūpuna ko kaiwhai. O roto i te mana Manuka ko tōna kāinga noho, ko te ingoa tōna kāinga noho, ko te rua o kaiwhai. E tika ana anō o roto i tēnā, ngā rua. Ka ata tiro ki ngā rua ki rungi i te whenua, he aha tēnā. Ka moe ata mātou tupuna, he tino taonga ngā rua, i ngā wā omo. Ka tū ngā pekerangi o te pā, i mua, i ngā rua, kia whaku maru hia, mai ngā huareri. Ka mohi a e rata. He aha ngā rua, he kāpata kai mā mātou tūpuna mātua. Kai raro i te whenua. Koe rā tetehi anō ka mui tiai. E hara tēnā, te mano o te kāwana tanga. Moe ana mātou tūpuna te rua. Hea mea moa mātou kai kāpata. O rotu i te moana, ko te rua o kaiwhare, ko te kāinga no o tā mātou taniwha tūpuna tēnā. Kāre he rua e hohonu atu ki te rua o kaiwhare. Kāre he wāhi e hohonu ana ki taua rua. He kāinga noho tēnā, he tohu tēnā, ko ki te mātai. Ka noho a kaiwhare i rungi tōna rua, ka mohi o te ai mātai, ka puta, ka hiki ngā wai o roto i ngā roto. Kāri e i te kāinga, ka heke ngā wai o ngā roto. He hā tēnā, ko ngā kawa, ko ngā aquifers tērā. Ka mohi o tia i tā tātou tupuna, te uaratanga o ngā kawa, o ngā aquifers. Nā, ka tūtaki i te tariwha tūpuna kaiwhare, kia karanga atu ana ki ngā tani wharau o te awa Waikato. Ke mana ki tia tēnei haere. Kia mohi anō hoki koutou. Ai, tikata. Ka haere tō tika ana, mā whiti atu ana e ngā motu o te awa Waikato. Ko motu ko putahi te tuatahi. E noho ana mātou tupuna, i runga i te awa Waikato, i runga i ngā motu, i mua i te tainga mai a te keha. Mai motu tawa, o tu mātukurua, ngā motu katoa, tērā tahoa te awa. Ka mā whiti atu ana i a rātou katoa. A te mutu, ko karanga atu tēnei, ki te kai aia, o te pārau e tuku rā i whakaingoa tia i te manu. He ori ki te kārea tēnā. Tētehi manu he pū māo i rungi ngā whakaro o ngā tūpuna. O ana mahi, te tiaki, i tōna rohe. He tiaki tērā manu. I te karanga nei, ki ai, te kai. Topa atu ana e ia, kia pū ke tutu. Ka tītoki rātuku haere ki ngā kura e ngaro ana mai te riri katoa. I te wā, te pakanga. Tahi mana waru rau, ono tukau mātori. Wai nā te tohu, ka whakatū a mātou kingi a tāwhia o i te paukai. Mo ngā pauaru, mo ngā whānau pani, mo ngā rawa kore. I ko nei mātou hei te mihi atu ki a kauta. Koe a tēnei nā mātou. E ngā rawa kore mo auawa. E kia no hoki te kāwanatanga. Mai ngā ture, orotu i tā rātou pēke, rāpihi, kia kawe mai e rātou mai ingara ni ki tēnei whenua, e tū atu e ki tā rātou ture, e ngā tikanga i konei, i te ao Māori. Nā, ko te take nei, i te ki o te kāwanatanga, mehe mea, kāre koe, e noho pūmau, mai te hainatanga o te tiriti ki tēnei wā, me kore koe wehi atu. Kāre koe e mautunu ana te rātikanga, mā rātau i hanga. Kāre koe e mau ana tēnā āuatanga ko te customary title, pera. Kāre mātou i whakai. Nō tā wāhi ke taua tikanga, taua ture. O ki, pai ana ki te haria mai i tā rata hoia, ki te whakawhiti ana i te awa manga tāwhiri, i tā rata hoia. Hei pakanga ai, e a mātou rūrihi korohe ke tamariki mokopona i aua wā. Kia raupatu ngia i te whenua. Ko ngaro tā mātou hapu. Kai whea rātou i nāne. I te auetanga o aua mahi, o ko ki mai rātou i nāne. Kai whea mautonu ani i tōwhiti. E koutou e te kawana. Ko koutou te tohu mo tēnā. Mā o koutou mahi, i ngā pakanga, i ngā ture, i ngā eki, i ngā pūrongo, te he. Ma te wehe o ngai tātou i nāia tonu nei. Tēnā. Ka piki ia ke te hau. Haere tō tika na maurunga i te kai aia rā. Ngā i te kohu nui. O wairoa, kia taipai atu. Ki ngā wai o te mata. I noi atu ana kia pane iri, kia tūtake i ngā wairua rā o ngā tani. He mana ki tonu ana tēnei haere. Kia ata whai i te ingoa ko tāmeki here ngā waka. Ka taitunu i ngā waka. I reira. I ngā iwi wō te mutu. I reira. Tino nui te mahi mo ngā mana whenua i reira hei te manaki tonu, hei te mahi tonu a mātai tikanga ko te manakitanga marata kata. Ka topo atu ana au i te maunga o kieki ki te tūpuna ko hua kaiwaka. Nā i whakapiripiri ai o ona tūpuna. Mai oho mairangi ka puta ko ngā oho. Ma whatu tūroto ka puta ko ngā iwi. Ia hoki, I ata whai te tikanga o te rangatira, ia I whakapiripiri ai ona tūpuna kei raro I tōna korowai, ka puta ko wai ohua. O mātou te tehi peka o rata, o Ngāti Te Ata. Te noho ngā hua kaiwaka ia rau whaki ka puta ko hua tau. Koe ia he wahine, toa wahine, noho ni mātukutu reia, ka whānau ti ai I tā mātou tūpuna whaia, ko te ata I rehia I reira, ka puta ko Ngāti Te Ata. Nā wai o ahua o roto I taua whakapapa I kora tira nei, mai hua kaiwaka, I te noho ngā te ata I rehia kia tapaue, koe nā tā mātou taha kia waikato. Pōrunga rawa ka huri te kanohi, kia manaia, mihi kauana I roto I ngā kōrero o te hau kaingara, I te mārengatanga, te tuhi mā reikura, a maunga kia, kia maunga manaia. Tētehi o ngā ohona, haere ko ana te nā. Ka haere tō tika ana tēnei haere ki Pākiri. I taua wāhi e ki koe nā te wāhi. E whakatauranga ngia I te waka moe karakara, o te waka tū whenua, o tū nui ārangi, ko ngā waka o wai ohua tēnā. Ka haere tahi ana ngā waka, me ngā tani, ki te tau o manai, mihi kaua, ki te ara moana rerenga prau, ki te whānau o toku hoaranga tira o patuhara keke. I runga I te mohiatanga o ngā hononga I reira o tahu, o ngai tahuhu, te tehi peka o wai ohua, ki te whānau e rā. Ko mātua anō tēnā. Nā, mai reira, ko karanga anō hoki ki te kahu pōkere o tāmaki. I roto I ngā kōrero, te he rangatira ko te rangi hāhau tu tēnā, ko te kahu pōkere ko ngā kuriranga unu, o tāmaki e kore ngaro I te hina pauri. Ka haere tonu ana I rongi I tōna pākau, tai pai atu ki pākau hoki oi, te taho te rerenga prawa. Tangihi ai mihi, mo ngā wawata moia, o ngā whānau whānui, o whāngare, ngā hapu I reira. Kātahi, e kore te manu pehi kautia, e kau. Ka haere tonu ana I rungi I te taha, te waharoa tēnei, mara. E mihi kauana ki ngā whānau whānui o ngā tihine I roto I ngā hononga o mātou I kone. I te kōrero ki a mātou I te nohonga o tērā tūpane kōrero tie eia ko kaihau. I te taha o whē, o ki mai tā mātou taha. E te mātā mua tēnā o hine ama. Oro ki taua hono ngā whānui. Te mihine. Mehi tono ana ki te tehe atu o ngā hononga. Ia aua eti, noho ana i te taho rā uiri. Koe tēnei ngā mātua nohoki. Mātua nohoki he, me he kauana ki te haukainga, ki ngā mana o tēnei marae, o tēnei rohe, ngā te hine, ngā puhi nui tonu, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou kata. Ua kai waka i raro i o mau, a te arapu e humau ngā puketa, puti rohi atu ko e ki runga, tomo wana manu ka te manu ka o turo, a ngā tae a rakatau, ka te motu a i aro, pa kei ko rakai wha, te kei ko rata ramainu, ko ngatani, patupu na roto tā, ma ki makaurau tā ma, ki ere here o ngā wā, ka o te iwi e. Rātou ki a rātou, tātou ki a tātou, koutou, ka kuranga tira tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou kahu.
Just for the record, just state your name.
Kia ora. Roy Matamanhinik.
And have you prepared a brief of evidence for this tribunal?
Aye, kia ora.
Dated 10 August 2020.
Aye.
And just before you finish your kōrero in chief, I wonder if I could just have leave just to put one matter to Mr. Manhinik, Your Honour. Mr. Manhinik, you mentioned in your kōrero the terrible events of the 1860s for Ngāti Te Ata, didn't you?
Aye. Aye, kia ora. Aye.
And the date 2 November 1864, is that a date that's familiar to you?
The Waiuku number 1 and number 2 transactions were undertaken at that time.
If I just give you this is a copy of that deed. If I could just get my learned junior to hand those up, Your Honour.
I take them.
Or my learned witness. Now, what is that deed about?
So it's a transaction of land dated 1864, the 2nd of November, titled the Manukau District, Waiuku number 2 block.
with a list of boundaries and the price paid.
You seen that deed before?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. And there's a Te Reo Rangatira version of that deed, and then over the page there's an English version. Yeah?
Correct. Right.
And in the English version, it uses the word mineral somewhere in it.
Kapai.
And in the Reo Rangatira version, it appears to use what word?
Okay. Maybe you can find it. Kapai. Okay, kapai. It uses the word kōwhatu.
Okay. Your Honour, if we could just have leave to tender that document in evidence as a supplementary exhibit to Mr Minhinnick's main brief, I'll be referring to that in submissions. The relevance is not the provenance of that particular transaction, which is currently under appeal in the Court of Appeal, but the relevance is the use of the word mineral and appearing to use the word kōwhatu as its equivalent, and I'd like to make a submission about that because this land, which is covered by seawater, of course, has an issue to do with minerals, and of course the MACA Act has a particular treatment about minerals. So that's the sole relevance of that particular document. It's not to traverse or examine or analyse the provenance of that document at all, but just simply the particular words or kupu in that particular deed. Of interest, Your Honour, in the case just before this Ngāti Te Ata case, the Te Wairiki Ngāti Korora Ngāti Te Takapari case, Mr Mahanga's evidence attaches some certain deeds in relation to those land alienations that I mentioned that were on the pictures that show the gradual erosion of the rohe over time. There's a few key certain deeds which is a similar uses similar wording of interest. So I just highlight that in terms of the documentary record. But at the appropriate time, when it's time to make the closing arguments, and I'll explain to the tribunal what my submission is about that. But I just tend to that particular deed, which relates to Wauka number 2, which is surrounded by water, seawater, on one side and over to the river. So that's the point or the purpose of the admission of that late evidence, Your Honour. Thank you. So Mr Minhinnick's available for any questions of the panel. I don't believe there's been any requests for cross-examination, but so just stay for questions of the tribunal, Mr Minhinnick.
Tēnā koe e te rangatira. Kaore a mātou pātai engari tēnei te mihi ki a koe koutou ko ngā titiata i tō kōrero mai i te wharikihi o whakaaro e pāna ki tēnei take ara te taku taumuana. Tēnei mātou e mihi ana. Tēnā koe.
Oh, thank you, Tribunal. That concludes the presentation for Ngāti Tiata. Y 2774. Microphone. Sorry, Alan. Y 2774. I should just quickly, just in reference to the documents filed and served in support of this case, there is, of course, Mr. Minhinnick's brief, 10th of August 2020, B46 is that document. The openings 3.3.94, just like previously, there were typographical errors which we seek leave to file amended opening submissions. They were done last night, Your Honour. The original statement of claim was also filed on the 4th of July 2018. We sought leave to file an amended statement of claim 13th of July 2020. And just to clarify, equally with the Te Wairiki amended statement of claim, the amendments are to assist the Tribunal. They're not to add any additional causes of action, but we're really just to extend the pleading to help the Tribunal. So, no reira, those are the matters that I would like to address at this time, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Kahukiwa, for the assistance you provided to us in relation to those claims. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora.
That also brings us to the afternoon adjournment, so we will adjourn for that break and we'll reconvene at 3:35. Kia ora koutou.
It's not who passes go and collects $200. It's not whether you grab the funny bone or not. It's not what comes in the box. It's what happens around the game. Hasbro Gaming, memories included.
Stephen didn't even need to leave home to refix his home loan rate. In fact, it was so simple to compare and set a new rate with BNZ Internet Banking, he even had time for some minor home improvements as well. Refix your home loan from home with Bank of New Zealand.
your personal guide to the world of indie. Get a free trial of YouTube Music Premium today.
YouTube Music can help you find that song from last night, the one that goes...
Nobody listens to the radio, baby.
Use Smart Search to find songs with just a few lyrics. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium. Uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free. your personal guide to the world of country. Sign up for YouTube Music Premium and get 1 free month.
Tēnā koe, sir. Sorry, just while you're pouring your water. Permission to remove our jackets, should we feel the need, sir?
Certainly, Mr. Hockley.
And I'd like to record my appearance and that of Ms. Loader as well for the week, so we are here. Tēnā koe.
Just a second.
Thank you, I had noticed. Mr. Sharrock.
The Supreme Court has reserved its decision, so a decision is pending. And in my submission, it raises comity issues between this tribunal and the Supreme Court. I would, not quite sure what well, in my submission, the paragraph should be removed from the opening submissions for those reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Melvin. Mr. Sharrock.
Sir, this is a submission that came from what can only be described as a reputable news report of the matter. I think actually the best way forward is perhaps that this paragraph be currently admitted, but I think the Crown should put to this tribunal the submissions that they made to the Supreme Court so that the tribunal itself can make a determination as to how much they stood aloof in this matter.
Well, in terms of the submission, Mr. Sharrock, there are assertions of fact within that submission.
Yes.
Is there evidence on the record in this inquiry that you are relying on in making those assertions of fact through a submission? Because if not, there's the comity issue, but there's also an issue as to whether that is attempting to introduce evidence through the bar.
Okay, sir. May I delete this paragraph now and reserve to make comment on this matter when the Supreme Court makes its ruling?
That would seem to be a more appropriate way to address it.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Sharrock. Mr. Melvin?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm comfortable with that approach, and the Crown will, if it considers appropriate, make submissions at the time in relation to whether as to how the tribunal should deal with the issue at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sharrock.
Sir, today I'm leading the evidence of Hiniamaru Linden, who is an experienced traditional researcher with much experience with regards to preparing material for the MACA. She is a qualified GIS mapper and frankly comes from a whakapapa of great knowledge of tikanga, particularly from her father. Sir, we are left in this case, and I would call it as a synopsis of where I am, the reality of the position of the MACA Act and the reality of the tikanga of he tangata. What we have is a distinction between the reality of tikanga, and that is an expression of rights and interests in the foreshore and seabed that has existed, to use a common law expression, from time immemorial. And that of the constructed reality of the MACA. In my opening submission, I made reference to Alice in Wonderland. And Alice in Wonderland is a great analogy, for it is a matter where reality is suspended and amended and then changed, and the question becomes what is real and not real. And I'm reminded of the Mad Hatter when he stops time so the Queen of Hearts cannot execute him. And I get the sense in much of what the Crown has constructed around MACA as being a series of calls to stop time, to stop the realities. Now, the absence of reality, I made allusion in my earlier openings to lost in translation. And I believe that that's an interesting place to start. And that reminds me, Mr. Cosby, when you referred to exclusivity this morning. And I think it's quite apposite to think that exclusivity has two meanings. It has a meaning which says it is only to me, and it means I am of a particular special group. Now, if you look at the origins of it within this context, the only for me type expression of exclusivity can be traced back to Blackstone and his definition of property, where he says, the right of property is the sole and despotic dominion which man claims and exercises over the external things of the world in the total exclusion of the right of any other individual. That exclusivity. Now, I think it is to be compared with exclusivity as it's expressed in Article 2 of the treaty, where you have those exclusive rights as they're expressed. And we are unfortunate that we have colliding worlds of meaning. And it's a question of whether you choose to take a Blackstone construction to exclusive or more of a Titariti line to exclusive. And I think that is just one of the many paradoxes, conundrums, difficulties we have in the MACA. Now, the first of the pieces of unreality in my submission is that there was much effort to create a new act. There were parliamentary hearings, there were deal makings with the Maori Party, there were all sorts of matters such as that. But for me, the real test is that we end up in substantively the same position under the first Act as we did in the second. The only difficulty is that for many of my clients in the north who do have large tracts of land next to the sea, they are actually worse off under the second Act than they were under the first. My ultimate litmus test to show how little has changed is, as I invited you to in the first hearings, to look at the recommendations from the first inquiry. And I think they remain relevant to looking at the new Act. And that really, to me, is a litmus test to show that really, although we have a different Act, which is twice the size and has new words, we are still getting fundamentally the same outcome. The legislation this morning was called deplorable. I think that's a very nice word for a piece of legislation that breaches the treaty, a piece of legislation that breaches the human rights conventions, certainly breaches the conventions of rights of Indigenous people and various other international conventions. I mean, if we parse the legislation down to its core aspects, we are talking about a piece of legislation that targets a racial group and denies it of property rights without compensation. That is the core of the legislation. There are mechanisms and complexities which slightly ameliorate that, but that is the core fundamental foundation. Now, I have to say that in the Third Reich, when they denied the Jews property, there was a payment made. Not necessarily generous, but at least compensation was delivered. Now, we then have the next piece of delusion, which again I referred to in the last hearing as a poisoned chalice. We said, we've got a marine title, but this is a marine title which does not fulfill the generalized understandings of what you get with a title in terms of rights of control of the assets, rights to economically benefit, rights to determine use and access to it. This is a completely emasculated thing where you are subject to the Ministry of Defence, subject to the Ministry of Conservation, subject to the Ministry of Fisheries, subject to your local territorial authority, etc. That is no title in my submission. It is what it is called, but it is no title. And then one of the things that they promised to do in this Act, and they did it, they restored Aboriginal title. They restored the Indigenous title. But then they said to the courts, you cannot see it. You cannot opine upon it. You cannot rule upon it. You are there, but I cannot see you. This again is a wonderful construction of reality. We then need to go back to some core fundamental issues that are sometimes overlooked. And that is the treaty, Titiriti. The only text is the Maori text according to the Treaty of Vienna. It is the only signed text on the 6th of February. If you're not signed, you're not authoritative. If you're not authoritative, you're not enforceable. And for that, sir, look to Article 10 of the Vienna Convention. That and Hobson, in dealing with the subsequent signatures said everything that happens elsewhere is merely agreement to what has been agreed here. There's no variation. Then we have the next piece in the unreality. We have indivisible sovereignty which has been ceded. Now, that is the Dycean concept. And let us remember, this document was signed in 1840. Dicey didn't publish until 1885. If we look at the modern commentators, we look at England and we say, what did they have? Well, they had plenty of divided sovereignty. They had Scottish sovereignty. They had Irish sovereignty. They had Welsh. They even had the Duchy of Lancaster. Now, even more. They have the European Union and they have themselves subject to international convention. The Parliament in England now acknowledges it is subject in certain matters to review by the courts. So that sovereignty isn't singular and omnipotent. Now, we have all been brought up as lawyers, sir, with the idea that if we lose our sovereignty, our constitutional sky will fall in. Well, I'd have to say this, sir. There are about 140 social democratic countries in the world, and we're the only one that anywhere near purports to have a Dycean sovereign system. And 139 other democracies have not had their constitutional sky fall in. So it is, I would suggest, the acknowledgement of the treaty as the foundation document in this country is a core element to the protection of social democracy in this country. Now, we then get on to the next mantra, and that is, but a treaty cannot be enforceable unless it's mandated by statute. And that is what is said in the Tuhuhu case of 1940. It's my submission. There are two submissions that can be made, at least. One is that the Crown, the court misinterpreted the law in confusing an act of state for an act of parliament. And in fact, that can be reinforced by looking at the underlying Indian precedents they used, which clearly showed, as it is written, that there can be an express or implied act of state that brings the treaty within effect. The next argument is to say, well, perhaps Tuhuhu was right at the time. But as you will see in my submission, sir, there are many events that have happened since 1941 which change the constitutional landscape. They are, I'll just mention a few: the Treaty of Waitangi Act, the nature of treaty principles, the adoption of the Vienna Convention, the numerous treaty settlement legislation, if you go to virtually every website from every government entity, somewhere on that website, it will make a statement like, the Treaty of Waitangi is the foundation document of this country. We can't keep on saying those things and not say that the treaty is part of the domestic law of this country. And that is something that the law should recognise. In Ngāti Apa, they bravely threw the Wiparata and the Bishop of Wellington and 90 Mile Beach into the jurisprudential dustbin. I think it is time that at least we put Tuhuhu on a soft pillow and let it fall asleep. I would also, sir, draw strongly to two articles in the Vienna Convention. Article 26, Pacta sunt servanda. Every treaty in force is binding upon the parties. And Article 27, a party may not invoke the provision of its internal law as justification for its failure to perform a treaty. Sir, the Treaty of Waitangi is an outstanding treaty of obligation for this government. It is an obligation which, when established, was recognised as an international treaty. And people may stand back and say, that's not possible. But if you look at the Hertzlet Register of international treaties as maintained in Britain in Victoria times, the 1845 edition on page 541 shows you the Treaty of Waitangi. Admittedly, unfortunately, in the English, but we will forgive them that minor oversight. So, one of the matters we have to look at is that, and in fact, we are in a dynamic, changing world. We are both mutually waiting for the Trans-Tasman Resources Judgment to be made. We are also waiting for the outcome of the Ellis decision, where the nature of tikanga and its implications for the law in this country will be further developed. Those matters are going to have great impacts. And I also draw your attention to the report on the RMA that came out, I think, in November, where there were a number of very important things that happened. The recognition that there needed to be a Maori authority or entity within the RMA structure that would be funded by the government to assist in dealing with Maori-related matters, and also that the treaty provision would be one of adherence, not merely having regard to. A further step forward, an incremental step, which is so important in these matters. Sir, I could go on, but I think it is time to hear from Hini Amaru, and she will give you a real sense of the complexities and difficulties of putting this MACA legislation together, and yet the enduring quality and adherence to tikanga that no matter what the acts of Parliament, the Queen of Hearts and the Mad Hatter does in Wellington, tikanga continues to exist and supported by its people. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sharrock, just before we hear from Ms. Linden, just a small matter. Mr. Melvin has raised the issue around paragraph 12, and it seems that's been resolved largely by agreement. Mr. Crosby has pointed out a similar statement is made in the second sentence to paragraph 9. Presumably the same approach should be taken.
The same approach will be taken, sir. I have no objection.
Thank you.
Te whai te pō kakarairi te pō. Ia hau te pō kere kere, ia hau te pō tango tango. Ka hara tūtea, ka taka wiri te papa a Māui. Ka puta ki te whai au ki te ao marama, ti hei wā mauri ora. Ai te timatanga ko te kupu ko te atua no tāua kupu. E mihi ana ki te rangi, e mihi ana ki te whenua, e mihi ana ki ngā tangata katoa. Ki te whare tū nei, tū mātauenga, te whare o Poroani, mihi kia kōrua te papa ki wahora, pēnei te mihi. Ki ngā mate o te marama, o te tau o te marama, o te wiki o Te rā haere, haere ki Hawaii ki nui, Hawaii ki roa, Hawaii ki pāmama o te hono ki wairua, hoki atu kia tātou te kanohi ora, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ki te taumata, ki Ngāti Hene puke puke rau, ki oku whanaunga, ki oku mātua e tū i ngā rā ki mua, kua pahure, tēnei te mihi kauatu kia tātou e tū ki mua i te taipunara, kia koutou, te krauna kia koutou i te taipunara, he mihi kauatu kia koutou i tēnei ahiahi. Taha o tōku matua, ko te ore wai e Ngāti Te Taroa, ko Ngāti Hene te iwi, taha o tōku whaia, ko Ngāti Wai, Ngāti Hau, Ngāti Kauau, Ngā Puhi Nui Tonu. Nō reira, ko Hene Amaru Lyndon tōku ingoa, he mihi mai hoa anō kia tātou i tēnei ahiahi, nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I am a whānau hapu and iwi researcher who has been part of the MACA process for the last 4 years. I've worked hard for my people, and the submission will outline the Marine and Coastal Act 2011 MACA and will illustrate how Māori are disadvantaged when policies are not driven by te ao Māori, by a te ao Māori worldview. This submission will also outline what the Marine and Coastal Act Tahatai Moana Act 2011 is and what the timeline process of this was for MACA applicants and a tangata whenua background of why this act is an issue. No matter what the Crown does in tikanga, the interests in the Tahatai Moana remains in existence, for it is fundamentally that which is recognised by he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. In 2008, there was a change of government and the Māori Party came into existence and they entered into coalition with the National Party. The Māori Party were successful in the review of the Foreshore and Seabed Act 2004, and in 2011 the coalition co-designed and introduced the MACA, which instead of conferring fee simple, created a new type of title, customary marine title, which is a limited right, no way akin to owning a fee simple in the foreshore and seabed. Divesting Crown of the title, but gave itself many rights and exclusions, including fishing, minerals, conservation, and much more. Notwithstanding, this is an improvement for some who can achieve what is a limited recognition. For those who have lost their adjoining coastal land, many in Te Tai Tokerau have retained their coastal land, so are in fact in a much worse situation under this MACA law. It is just as far-reaching consequences that impeded Māori development then supported it. Māori didn't have any economic advantage from the statutory title. In fact, this legislation aroha mai, has been a brake on development as time and effort is applied to those applications, meaning that effort is not available to address the many issues of daily deprivation. Aroha mai. The establishment of the MACA has demonstrated the underlying weaknesses of not incorporating Māori principles, values associated to our mana moana, mana whenua and mana tangata rights, as promised under Article 3 o Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Despite the Māori Party's involvement in the design and formulation of the Act, they dismissed key Māori stakeholders. Aspirations of having access to commercial fishing, and therefore a Māori discourse was not integrated. This is highlighted in the Māori Affairs Committee 2011 report of the MACA bill, who states that by the time the final bill was presented before the House, even the Māori Party admitted that the proposed act would not rectify or remedy Māori grievances around the issue, page 3 and 4. An example of this act stipulates Māori must take part in a process in order to apply for legal recognition of their customary rights in the foreshore and seabed area. The April 2017 deadline for applications effectively meant that all customary rights to the common marine and coastal area that aren't applied for by the state will be unable to be recognised by the Act. The Act destroys any ability to inquire in the judicial system into the rights that may exist, including those arising from fiduciary duties. The problem with the government requiring Māori to make an application within this timeframe is that Māori customary rights cannot be extinguished by an Act, because Māori rights of succession have been foreordained to enact tino rangatiratanga self-determination through their cosmological whakapapa of whence their mana is derived. This mana authority is clearly defined and stated in he whakaputanga o te rangatira o New Tirini me te tiriti o Waitangi. He whakaputanga me te tiriti. Te mana o te kingitanga o ngā whenua katoa, which guarantees Māori undisturbed rights of forestry, estuaries, fisheries, and anything deemed as tonga tukuiho. At a practical level, Māori were committed to Waitangi inquiries, including te Taitokera Inquiry, Veterans Inquiry, te Ture Whenua Amendments, Freshwater Inquiry, as well as the general issues of unemployment, education, domestic violence, incarceration, drugs, and housing. Furthermore, the intentions of both the FSA and MACA was to eliminate customary title. The issue for Māori is that the resulting right was more a kaitiaki obligation than an economic entitlement. This to date, Māori are still being denied these rights. The issues identified were the government enforcing Māori to participate in a Crown process in order to validate our mana moana rights to the tahatai moana. The design of MACA privileged individual rights, whānau abutting the seashore, and not collective rights as hapu. The design also ensured whānau who did not submit an application automatically ceded customary ownership. Time constraints dictated by the government left little time for whānau to deliberate the mandate of support for their applications, and therefore the voice of the hapu was not fully captured, which resulted in whānau applications being completed to a low standard. As the government controlled the negotiation process, the ability of the whānau to respond from an informed position of collective decision-making based on our mana motuhake, our sovereign authority, and tino rangatiratanga to enact self-determination has been diminished. The weakness of the MACA is the government have policy issue. The Crown have always created policies set up for Māori to fail. These policies and the flawed processes show this as a weakness of the MACA. The concept that an area has only interests of one hapu is possible in perhaps the remotest of locations. Even the remote Muttonbird Islands of Stewart Island has multiple claims. It is part of the stealthy approach to not only give a very little in the MACA rights, but make them an almost impossible status to achieve. This was a method of satisfying the orewa clique of the National Party. The funding process. An analysis of the funding allocation and te arawhiti shows a deficiency in the matrix of the funding, times and milestone drops. The whānau must use their own resources and pūtea to prepay the work before there is any funding dropped. This makes it hard for whānau who are not used to this payment method. Ensuring efficient and clear work, the funding process does not suit all whānau, and this has been a major issue and hindrance on whānau completing their set tasks to be unfunded or not paid their funding on time. The scale of inquiry. The scale of inquiry to be undertaken is enormous, taking in geographic, demographic, historic, legal, tikanga, and environmental aspects to be examined over a period of about 200 years. It needs to go before 1840 to establish some of the take and more accurately access the tribal landscape. I'll now look at what rights have been lost and what rights are compromised. This looks at strips a racial group Māori of its property rights without compensation. The rights that are lost are our lives and livelihood around fishing and gathering kai moana and practices on our moana. The rāhui practices that we, using our tikanga, has been lost, and our burial and tikanga around tangihanga have also been lost. What rights are compromised are our private rights, our mineral rights, our conservation, agriculture, fisheries, and defence. These tikanga survives all acts and deeds of the Crown. Process has not recognised tikanga title, nature of title, refused the courts to see, pursue English treaty, refuse our tino rangatiratanga, refuse tiriti recognition. The research, the difficulties, the complexities, and the Crown degradation, our tribal landscape, and the conflicts. Engage in 15 years is no engagement. My kaumātua will be dead. To conclude, he whakarā pōpoto e oku nei kōrero, we need to be given the support and allocation of funding to complete the set tasks asked for within MACA. The research is not being completed to a high standard as we're not allocated enough funding and support. These are huge barriers for whānau, hapu and iwi to work together as one people, and we will not work for free anymore. Then we are not completing this important work which is needed to be done for our tamariki, our mokopuna, ngā rangatira mo a pōpō. No matter what the Crown does in tikanga, the interests in the tahatai moana remains in existence. For it is fundamentally that which is recognised by he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. Nō reira, ka nui oku nei kōrero i tēnei ahiahi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, Ms. Linden. Thank you for the evidence that you've presented to us. It's been very clear and helpful, but we don't have any questions for you. But thank you for your evidence. Tēnā koe.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Sherrick.
Aroha mai, I'll just, my matua rihari, tū ki te kōrero ki te tautoko.
Kia ora tātou, tēnā koutou, i te timatanga mai o te neo tātou nohonga, a māmihi tō kia koutou. E kore ke, e reke atu i tēnā, i te mea koe tēnei te whare o tūmā tauinga, te whare tū nei, o tātou, tupuna mātua. Murira kia koutou, tēnā koutou. Ko toko kōrero ki tōku kōtia kau, haere mai koni he teko teko. Ai te mea, i haere meu ki konei ki te tautoko me kira tēnei pakanga o tātou. Te ture Māori he kēnei ko te rangatiratanga, me te ture kēnei raro mai o tēnei ture e kēnei anara ko te MACA. Tēnā koe te tiati, tēnā koe Ron. Ka tiro ki ngā roia nei, he maha. Ka haere au ki te kohi i o rātou mātauranga. Ke haere me rātu ki te pakanga i tēnei pakanga mō mātu, e kore taia, hako te nui o rātu whakaoro, here nei a rātu i roto i ngā mātauranga o te ture. I raro mai ko te tahi pire me pēne ke kua koutou whakaaro kau e pēra. A hako ngā mea katoa e tēnei, e kahanei koutou, i ngā roia ki te tautoko i a mātu, kore tae. Mau nohe o tō tātou taima. Tuko kōrero tēnei. Noi rei e tā atuana ki te tautoko. Kia hau, i roto woku nohonga, e mea na hau, he haka tēnei kaupapa, e tiati, me kira, customary title. Nā wai ke te reihanga, nā wai ke roto wei nei tūpuna i mea mai kia wei, taitara ta koutou. Hono ko ra haere au ki te rapu me kira, te taitara e mea mai ni te krauna, haere mai Māori mā. Ko reo te wako te kore, kia whiwhi koutou me kira, te taitara, mō koutou hia. Ka mutu ko te hihia ne, iti noiho, kore take noiho, e kiena ki te ture. Koe mā te kōrero e ki nei e kai pahina ki nā tata. Hoino e tuatana ki te tautoko. Your Honour, kia ora again. I don't want to repeat what we did in Ngāti here, but I want to be consistent about what I want to repeat. And I hope that we can elevate it to another level. I was just saying if I had all these lawyers here and put their collective wisdom together and their knowledge of law, they couldn't win the case for me. They couldn't win the case. You know why? It's specifically precipitated around a recipe. Really, at the end of the day, none of them can break through. Even as much as they wanted to, they're never going to do it. Anyway, I want to leave that here, because we're here to get this. I'm only hoping that at the end of it all, we can come to some conclusion. As a kaumātua, and one of the leaders left, I suppose, in the Apu, I'd say this. When I look at all my tupuna, I says, you know, this question of title, can I ask any one of you to give to me the wisdom of where this title came from? Where did it come from? No hea. Ianga mai tēnei hea. Nuku tāwhiti, tuku tino tupuna. Kei he koe kōrero mai kia mātou ngā tarita. E mea mai koe tuko mātou ngā rangatira o ngā taonga tuku iho. There's a whole debate between customary law and, of course, the law that we actually sort of plague with now to try and get recognition. I want to come to the conclusion. I see Te Kani over there, because I was really impressed with Te Kani. We were at a particular mediation, and he wasn't talking like he would have had to plead in most of these briefs of evidence. We were there to negotiate a position in FTA, in MAFTA, that we believed we needed to have this. So what we were doing, Te Kani, we were dealing with the Crown, not through intermediaries, and we got an outcome. And you know what, in that outcome, we got the treaty, integral part of it, he wakaputanga, but more than that, we got a taumata there to keep an eye on things to make sure it's all going to happen. I don't know the outcome of that, but I felt in my history we advanced more of our issues around that process, Te Kani, than we did anywhere else. If that is precedent for a methodology, that we go to the Crown and say, haramai, partnership, let's talk. Let's have this korero, let's have this debate, this conversation around this question of partnership. Ko koutou te ture, ko mātou me kira, ngā tangata, I tautoko hea koutou, we supported the signing of the treaty. Let's sit down and see if we can deal with this. You have to look at something that's workable. But for me, if I see the funding that's going to be spent, you don't have to be the great accountant to actually work that out. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, $1 million only at the end of the day, sorry. You ain't going nowhere. So e te tiatinga whakaaro wenei, e te kani I te mei reira koe, me kōrero wenei take. Ko koe te tahi ngā roia, ko Annette Sykes, I'm a Janet Mason. So for me, that was a history and moment when the first time in my history is that something is on paper in front of the Crown, not to the side, and has to be recommended. That process won by direct kōrero, a treaty partner, and you, the Crown. No rere tātuma, tirohea wenei mā. Gerald was there as well. Tirohea wenei āhua, ways and means. I kōrero kia koe, I'm a tactician, strategist about war. We're never going to win the war, but we must need to win a few battles. And to me, that was a battle worthwhile being party to because we got something from it. No rere tiati, koe wenei waku kōrero mo tēnei rā, he tuaki au ki te tautoko, he tuku kōtiro nei hoki a hene amu me tuku philosopher, lawyer, friend, ko Gerald Sharrock tera.
Taku tūranga ake, I roto e tēnei whare, ka te rā tūra ki te
Reira e tātou mā tēnā koe, thanks for the time, ke nā koutu, huri rauna. Kia ora mena tātou katoa.
Thank you, Mr. Dargaville. It's encouraging to hear that glowing endorsement of Mr. Williams, and in particular that he may be the key to unlocking the issues before us in this inquiry.
Tēnā koe te rangatira, whiaki tēnei e tuake hei karanga ki te whare. Tu matauinga, huri noa ngā tipuna, e kite ana kei runga i tēnei whare o te whakaminenga. Nō reira, tēnā koe te whare karakia e tū mai nei a Poruini. Tēnā koe. Huri noa a koutou mā e ngā rangatira. Kia ora matu. Ngā rangatira o Ngāpuhi, a tēnei te honore ki a tuake, hei roia tautoko mō te ngā uri o te kēmara, o mai kuku raua ko huatakaroa, o ngā hapu o Ngāti Kawa, Ngāti Rahiri. E pāna nei ki tēnei kaupapa o te takutai me te moana. Mōhio ana ko ngā mate huhua kua mihia, engari he mihi anō ki a rātou, moi mai rā, moi mai rā, moi mai rā. Huri aku mahara ki te wā whakaoti o te kaupapa tuatahi o te paparahi o te raki, kei kōnei tonu i tēnei whare, i te rā rua te kau mā rua o Pepuere 2011, i haere mai te rangatira nei a Erima Henare, ka karanga mai i Wainganui i a tātou e whakakapi i ngā kremera o te whakaputanga me te tiriti, ka haere mai a Erima kia ki, kua rū whenua i roto i o tautahi, kua mate te tokotini i tēnā rā tonu. A ka huri aku maharatanga ki aia, kia Erima me ona whānau, i roto o Ngāti Hine nei o Ngāpuhi Nui. Me rātou kua mate i kōrā, me ngā tini kua mate i ngā tau e te kau kua pahure ake nei. Moi mai rā, moi mai rā, moi mai rā. Kia rātou ngā tipuna pēnei ai a te kēmara. I tau tohe i tēnā rā, i ēnā wā o te whakaputanga, i hainatia e ia. He tino tohunga ia, he rangatira o Ngāpuhi, o Ngāti Kawa, Ngāti Rahiri. I te hainatanga o te tiriti, koia te tangata i tū tuatahi atu, kia werohia i ngā kōrero o Hobson, kia werohia, kia ki atu kia rātou, kao, kia tuku atu koutou ki runga nei, ka tuku te kēmara ki raro. Pai kia noho tahi taua, engari kaua koe e tuake i kōrā, kia noho ahau i raro nei, ko te kēmara tēnā. Ko ona uri kua hare mai tēnei rangi, kua rongo koe ki etahi atu o ona uri i tēnei ata, ko Matu Clendon, ko Rob Willoughby, a rātou mā, ko etahi o ngā mōrehu nei, o ona mokopuna e kaua tonu ana i ona kaupapa, kua whakatakotoa i ēnā kaupapa o te whakaputanga me te tiriti, kua whakaae tēnā taraipiunara, ae, marika, kāre anoa Ngāpuhi kia tukuna atu o rātou mana ki te karauna. Ti mata i kōna, haere mai tonu ki tēnei rangi, ko Marianne Baker tēnei, te tākuta, e hia ana ki te tūake hei whakatūwhera i ona kōrero, mo enei āhuatanga o te whakaminenga, o ngā honohononga o Ngāpuhi, o ngā hapu Ngāpuhi, o ēnā āhua o te tapu, tēnei mea te tapu, tēnei mea te putanga o te mana, tēnei mea te mana i te whenua, te mana i te moana. Koia nei tōna kōrero, kia werohia ai ngā kaupapa nei o tēnei mea te MACA, Ko oti ko pau te wā, ke etahi atu. Nōku nei te whakawhetai ki a koutou i te tribunara, ki a whakaahei ahau hei tuake mo tēnei, a ki a whakaahei a Dr. Baker ki a tuake hei whakatakoto i ona kōrero mo tēnei rangi, mo koutou, a ki a whakarongo ki a whakamārama ai e nei kaupapa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou huri no tō tātou whare. Kare he waiata, mā Mr. Williams tēnā waiata, i ona moni e whakanui ake i tēnei rangi kua rongo. Nō reira, tēnā koe, Mary Ann, tēnā koe, nā maharama.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Ko B121 te whika o te pepa nei.
I just want to say thank you. I'll say who I am as we go through the slideshow. I just wanted to say thank you to the whānau, but particularly to the panel and the judges for allowing me to come here and stand with our whānau here in Ngāti Kawa from the Waitangi Marae in support, as well for Ngāti Kawa Ngāti Rāhiri. And I'll take us through the slides. And this is Te Kēmara with his wife, one of his wives. He had about 9 or 10 wives. This is Te Tipuatia, which is who I whakapapa to. And she is the wife with her family from Ngāre Raumati. And we'll explain how that comes into being later. I've also put up Hohaia Josiah because we've got a Jewish line in the Kawati line, Paraoni Kawati, and because I'm Ngāti Tiara, Ngāti Kōpaki Ngāti Hine, and this is our marae, and our whenua was just up the road along, back in onto Pauerua, and his wife is my Te Wairiki side that spoke earlier, under Mitai Paraoni. He's my close cousin, our grandparents are brothers and sisters, and he married Hohi Kerepiti from Te Wairiki ki Nungaru, but they originate in Hokianga. Next slide. Right, this one here, relationships, I wanted to raise up, as Te Kēmara was the tōhunga, rangatira, who I'm going to speak about today, I thought we would take you to, after the taking of Ngāre Raumati through a point of conquest, right up the top it shows that Rāhiri had 2 wives, Ahuaiti and Whakarudu. Te Kēmara whakapapas to both those wives. So on the left-hand side, as you see, he's there with Puati as a marriage, but that's our Ngāti Hine side through his mother, to Turungare. But Turungare also married Hauhaua, which was my kuku, the mother of Te Rā, which is where Rāhiri comes from, Ngāti Rāhiri. In Waitangi, because she lived in the Anas there, and she played with the dolphins, and the land all over there is significant. And her husband was Hua Takarua. While through this union we whakapapa to Whangaroa, I through my father also whakapapa independently through Hongi Hika and Hōtete to Whangaroa and where te tahawai at Pupoke. So I thought we would start in the middle here to show what alliance and confederation is all about, to make it easy, I thought, in the concept of tapu and mana, because it's all about, through these relationships, through the whakapapa, we have a sharing as opposed to an overlap. We also have mana because we have tapu. If we don't have tapu, we do not have mana. And mana whenua can be there, but mana moana is something separately different. So when you look at that middle whakapapa, you see Te Hōtete, who led a lot of the war parties, and Utu and his wife Tuki Kara was actually a tohunga herself and gave rise to Hongi Hika. So if we come out of the frame, when you look to the left and right of Hongi Hika, you see all the chiefs really of the Ngāpuhi Confederation. To the right-hand side is Hakuene. You heard that through, I'm not telling their story, but that's our relationships, and they married the first child of Te Kēmara, which we'll see later. So all the asterisks that is available for everyone to look at, Hakuene, and then to the left is Tito,
Is that right? Yeah. Tītore, who occupied the main Paihia area. Then you go to MACA, Kaingamata, after he got shot at Waikato. Changed his name. Manu Rewa, Te Whararahi. Then if you go along there to Te Kēmara, all brothers really, by whakapapa, to the Northern Alliance, or the group they called Ngāpuhi. That's why he signed as Ngāpuhi, not just the other hapu. So when you come down from that union of Te Wairua, you also see Te Whare Umu, who was a close ally of Hongi Hika. And then you also see Hone Heke there with his whakapapa to the same people as all those other chiefs who occupied after the conquest of Ngare Raumati from Tāpeka Point right up to Cape Breton, and including Waitangi, which would be, as we say, the ringakaha for Te Kēmara. While we talked about exclusivity, they all shared, they didn't overlap by way of whakapapa and confederation, the whakaputanga, which is, I think, I haven't heard repeated here in either weeks of the claims, that the whole point of the Northern Wars was to uphold that commerce, to uphold their commercial sites. They never ceded that and went to war for it. It wasn't just about tino rangatiratanga, it was gaining, as Hone Heke said, the parliament left, the commerce was going, the ships were going. So how is that any different today? We'll see through the slides. That's all gone to the district councils like Far North, District Council through Far North Holdings and the Northland Regional Council. So when we look at Te Kēmara, this is just a reminder that we're very closely aligned to Ngāti Hine, although he chose and went through the whakapapa of her father, Torongare, and again that Northern Alliance coming back twice through Te Rā, the children of Mai Kuku and Hua Takaroa, through his father and mother. So it's just a reminder of who we are, and then my whakapapa to my whangaroa side. The Ngāpapa is my link to Te Arawa and Tainui. And next slide. This one here, I just wanted to say that Hone Heke, Te Kēmara and all that Northern Alliance were what they called Nai Tautahi, a very significant group of people. And if you look at our links to Te Waiariki, Nui o Rangi, given to me by my cousin Mitai many years ago, our tūpana was Te Maui. He could fly, he would turn into a fireball, and they were called ngākahi, and transport themselves from Hokianga, fly through here at Pauerua. Kēmara would have to walk as a tohunga to carry him, his spirit. They would land at our land, which we have inherited at Nungaru, all on the ocean, and then fly across to Waikato, apparently linked with the kingitanga. And in the earlier slide, you would have seen one of the wives as a gift, Te Mātere, was given as a gift by Rewa, the chief, to Tainui. And they said, and I can't say it's our business, but it said in the slide that Kati, the husband, Katipa, was the younger brother of Potatau Te Whiro. But in fact, I have been given different stories as our tohunga side as to who they were. So that Te Wairiki is significant, and all the Ariki lines were nui o rangi. And when we think back to Ahuaiti and Kareariki, the wives of Uanuku, the children, and the child of Rahiri, they were called Tahuhu nui o rangi, and we call them pillars in the sky. And so it's all linked. And what I'm trying to establish here is that the strength of us as Ngāpuhi, the strength of us as a people, lies in the fact of our whakapapa. But when you combine it with these people who were tohunga, who could fly, ngākahis, different to ngākahi, the snake people, which were Atua Wera, that was the group of Hone Heke, and that's who saved them in the wars here by forming a mist. Again, that's also Te Wairiki connected. That sort of mana, that sort of tapu, because you can't have, as I've been taught over 12 years of PhD from tohunga in the north now, really all gone, that without tapu you can't have mana. So you can't have mana moana. And for te kemara, if we go on to the next slide, I think, yeah. I put that shot up because I put all my claims into a book for our family called Te Kemara 1 in Waitangi and the Bay of Islands. I called him Te Kemara 1 because his name was Tareha before they went to the East Coast. And there are 3 Tareha, Tareha Ngāti Tareha Waimate and Tareha Te Kemara himself. Changed his name after that, after Tareha Waimate was killed. And when we look down here, you would see that that whole area was controlled in a ringakaha, not an exclusivity ownership role by every chief we just saw had a certain area. However, exclusivity did occur, like when we look down to where the bridge is. Tāpeka Point is way out there, but that's Mātai Whetū, the pā. That was for the exclusive use in terms of whenua for Ngāti Rāhiri, Ngāti Kawa. Although shared as a... Because when you look back to the histories, that's where they dragged their waka, was back to Kororepo Pā. And then the people were off-lifted and ended up here at Pauerua, at Taiamai and Pauerua. But however, even though that's in the past, what I'm saying, through being tohunga, and that's in all our genes, they live through us, and we're still living to this day. And in the present day, we have still, like everybody has said, continued to noho the whenua, use the moana, aware of the visible and invisible wairua, aware of the creatures, and so much so I even thought, if the Crown tried to give us title, because I'm so confident that we would even pass a Pākehā test of title, if it were tested, because we can show nohunga, every one of us, and that's an example. However, when they said they would take the minerals, I thought, how could they do that? The tuna that live in the quicksand, the tuna that come out from Omapiri into the Waitangi River, those 3 taniwha that ride into us that we see, their sleeping bed would be the bed of the minerals. So how can they claim that? That belongs to the people who we belong to. It's not just about resources. But I think at the end of the day, the Act fails us in all ways for those, but I know that we're always jumping through hoops to try and prove someone else's concept of who we are, rather than always, I thought, saying the reverse to the Crown. Prove to me how you have occupation rights. Prove to me that you own that land. Prove to me you got it squarely and fairly, because that is the undercurrent of integrity, pride through all the hearings, through the whakaputanga. They were sovereign. They never ceded it. They had a flag to get commerce. They were wanting all the income. They would choose who would live where. And we still operate that, and thanks to Ngāti Kawa being the chairperson of our marae, and there's other people who operate our trust, we actually have the land, which I heard some of the judges asking, do you have the land that sticks right beside the moana? Yes, we do, and there it is all there. And even across the bridge at the Copthorne, which is run by Tai Tokarau Trust Board, Mr. Dargaville here being that chairperson, or the treaty grounds, which is mainly run by Ngāti Hine people, while we have those there, they're still our land and still under review. Next slide. And this was just to show you the mana of the people we're dealing with, the mana of Te Kemara. He signed for Ngāpuhi, so it tells you Ngāpuhi existed, as well as Ngāti Kawa, Ngāre Hawata, Ngāti Rāhiri and Ngāti Rehia. His residence is Waitangi, and each of them had that. Each of them had a ringakaha. Each of them had their sovereignty. It was sovereign, and their own tapu, which emitted their mana. And next slide. That was just to remind us that they signed that. He would have chosen that because my kuku's ana, she was so tapu, she lived in an ana, is underneath where those flagpoles are. And that reminds us of, you know, what are we actually dealing with? We're actually dealing with an invisible that permeates into an action if things go wrong, and we don't want that wished upon our people. Next one. That was just a reminder to say, yes, all that income that Hone Heke and Te Haratua himself cut the flagpole down, and Canberra lamented as when they first took it from the tauranga tere at Waitangi across to Maiki Hill, lamented it was going for this, and still they continue to insult us with commerce without pure equity, ōritatanga, and knowing who has mana whenua, mana motuhake, mana moana. And next one, that's just a reminder of the boats that pay nothing to us. And the next one, I think we're coming to an end. That was just to remind us that our people, for us, ngā huia, my line of Te Kiamara, we're all born on the beaches at Te Tii. We lived up in Haruru Falls. We actually lived there and left for Busby. I have umpteen documents to evidence everything was not correctly taken. And that was again to remind us of Ruarangi, which is the cave, and our waka, which was our mode of transport, and they all had schooners. As we all know, it was the capital of New Zealand, and we are still operating in that space to this day. We haven't gone away. We're just perhaps not as visible as we are normally, and unless you're on social media or always capturing the news and that, you probably wouldn't see us very much. And I just think that that's a humility that we've raised with, but we've not been humble today to come forward and say that Te Kiamara was sovereign. He was a tohunga rangatira, like many of his kin, which was demonstrated there. And we can form our own alliances. We are capable, but equally, like others said, we need to be funded, and it's about time you open the World Bank that belongs to us and provide what has long been asked for. Tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Ko te tumanako, tata pau te wā, kia whakapātai atu etahi atu o ngā pata mohiona, a kua pānui te ai ngā puka puka nei e koe e kotoma. No reira.
Just saying, just available for any questions from.
Tēnā koe, sir. We did have some questions with your leave.
Yes, I did see that you filed a memorandum seeking to ask questions.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Baker. Thank you very much for your evidence today and sharing with us your tupuna rongonoia Te Kiamara. I wanted to ask you a few questions from the perspective of Ngāti Kota ki Te Rāwhiti and Pātukeha. And I noticed at paragraph 37 of your brief, you copied in there your application to the High Court under the MACA Act.
Yes.
And I just wanted to draw your attention to paragraph 9 of that application, and that's on page 10 of your brief generally.
Yeah. She'll read it, yeah. Oh, do you want me to read it?
Yeah, just
I
if
thought you're going to read it to me.
Or just so you've
Yeah.
got it.
Is that Pauerua ki Waitangi?
So that is the one where you talk about the marae of Ngāti Kawa, Ngāti Rāhiri, which is on, it's on, so,
Can you read it out? Te Tii Oromahoe.
so, so paragraph 9, it says Ngāti Kawa and Ngāti Rāhiri's marae, a Te Tii,
Yes.
Waitangi, Oromahoe and Rāwhiti. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And so there you talk about Rāwhiti being a marae of Ngāti Kawa.
Yes.
And you are aware that Te Rāwhiti is where Ngāti Kota and Pātukeha say that they exercise their mana and rangatiratanga and ahi ka, correct?
And Te Kiamara, and we have shares there as well. And just to expand on that, Te Rāwhiti has been written into our history as being a sister marae since time immemorial, since the first marae established in 1954, when the land was Te Tii, given back in 1891. The families that came forward were mainly Te Kiamaras, and they include mainly the first child takarua of the Union of Puatia, whose residence was mainly in Rāwhiti, and we're the second child, sister to takarua Ngā Huia. We were all born mainly there, and Rāwhiti will always remain part of that and under the mana of those children of Te Kemara, and that's why it's in there.
So would you say that your connection, or Ngāti Kawa Ngāti Rahiri's connection to Te Rāwhiti is a whakapapa connection deriving from Te Kemara and his uri?
Definitely through Te Kemara, and I think you reiterated it today. I heard another name of Rangi Puia, and I thought, right, that must be the other wife, but he did have 9 that we are aware of, and it is definitely by whakapapa, and that's why I demonstrated that, by whakapapa, but more also by military stealth. It wasn't just going in there. You had to have a ringakaha, and he demonstrated that as well, but not taking away the mana of Patukiha Ngāti Kota. But as I said, we share under ringakaha and whakapapa. But we all know where they belong and where it comes in that perhaps Ngāti Kota Patukiha will decide definitely that's where that rule of exclusivity comes in. It arrives because of ringakaha, tapu and mana.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. I have no further questions.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Baker. I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to mihi to you for your presentation. Certainly brought the words in your brief alive to be able to see the pictures and the whakapapa and thing. So tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
Kia ora, Dr. Baker. I want to thank you also for your evidence. I do have a brief question for you. You have set out in your PowerPoint presentation and also your oral presentation today the strong interests that Ngāti Kawa and Ngāti Rahiri have in particular around te ti and paihia. And you said something to the effect that given those strong interests, Ngāti Kawa and Ngāti Rahiri could even meet a Pākehā test in terms of interests in the takutai moana. And I was just wanting to make sure I understand your position, because we have heard evidence from a number of iwi and hapu who take issue with the test set out in the MACA Act, that it's not consistent with tikanga, doesn't recognise the nature of their interests. Is that a concern for Ngāti Kawa Ngāti Rahiri, or is that not the issue you take here, given that, in your view, you can meet the test?
It definitely is an issue. I don't think it's an equitable one, because a lot of people would find it difficult, I think, to meet the test. But using all the words and trying to define or get jargon up that matches tikanga, I understand that. And in the ture Pākehā, there's a disconnect. Why I say that we could meet it is because we can prove sovereignty, and not only us, but all those people I put up on the board. If you're talking about sovereignty, did you have occupation? The quick test was, did you have occupation pre-1840? Yes, we did. Did we have it at the time? Yes, we did. Do we have it now? Yes, we do. And why? Because the whole Te Tiriti claims began on a tūpuna, and so we had to know our tūpuna. You have to know that to carry through a hapu, because you are only a voice for the hapu through the tūpuna that you stand for, and everyone has that tūpuna who could exhibit that. What I'm afraid of, and I say this with respect, it's like, as I said, when the wakas pulled up and the people were taken to Taiamai and Poerua, when the missionaries came and Christianity came, they freed everyone, and then the chiefs were no different to their person who they looked after. They lost, in a way, according to the Pākehā, their sovereignty, but to the chiefs, they never lost the sovereignty. It's drilled into us, and that's what I'm saying. It's about a confidence of saying, you bet we live there, no different to Patukiha Ngāti Kota saying that, but perhaps in their history, we just need to get together to see, well, how do you get in here again? How does Kiamara actually fit in and have that conversation? And that would align with a lot of them. But you can't say, like I heard Kia Volkeen say, some people put their toe in the water and think they own it. That is totally incorrect. So it's fleshing out all of those things. And that's why I know we went to the court, but it wasn't a bob each way for us. It was going to the court with the belief that we must do this to at least get into the space to have that conversation. And I tried very hard, and that's why I thanked you all for letting me in here for Ngāti Rahiri, Ngāti Kawa, to say that yes, we are there, but can we do something here rather than a recommendation? To go back to the fact that we can have that conversation, we have a tapu, and therefore we can exhibit mana, and we can dialogue about not overlapping rights, but sharing of space, but who really does have the ringakaha.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. That's very clear. It actually answers the second question I had for you as well. But thank you for your evidence. And also, kia koutou e ngā uri o Ngāti Rahiri, Ngāti Kawa, ka nui te mihi kia koutou.
Oh, yeah. We're just going to sing just 2 verses because I know time's marching on. So it's just about the bull carp that goes out to Wananui Kiwa, because that's who we come from at the end of the day, even though some of us become whetū in the sky, and others say we follow the tracks of Tāne back to Hawaii Nui, Hawaii Roa, Hawaii Pāmāmau. So, Rimu, Rimu, Tere, 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 Kiwa, Hoe, Tere, Kikiwa, Tere, Kirenga, Tere, Iwa, Hoe. Tēnā rā. Done.
Tēnā koutou, kei a koe te rangatira.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Awhiake. Well, that concludes our hearing for day 3. So I will now hand it back to the taumata kia whakakapi tō tātou nohonga i te rānei. Kai a koe matua.
Kia tātou katoa, kia whai o tātou āriki ai Hikuraiti, me te aroha, me te tanga, o Hikuraiti,